Evet, herkese merhaba. Noire'nin sanırım son bölümle karşınızdayım. Neden son? Sanırım 3-4 dava daha var. Onu bu yayında bitirmeyi düşünüyorum. Dolayısıyla önümüzdeki 3-4 saatimizde o da oyun son olacak gibi görünüyor. Bakalım. Son bölüm olabilir de olmayabilir de ama %90 son bölüm olur diye düşünüyorum. Bakalım. En son yangın masasındaydık, yani kundakçılık masasındaydık. Oyunun en zor bölümleri diyebilirim.
House fire. Bad one. At least 4 Vicks. Get out there and find out what you can. The address is 650 North Hobart.
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
There he is, copping the papers. You should be ashamed of yourself, young man.
Bak, kendine utanmalısın diyor bak kadın.
You ought to meet Joe's buddy.
Haberlerde çıkmış adam diyor.
I just don't know how to dance to bebop.
Can you drive to this one?
You hear about Rancho Escondido?
Are we having a conversation, Biggs?
Okay, fuck it. Forget it.
I'm teasing you, Bert. Tell me about it.
The new housing development's a couple of weeks from completion. Burned to the ground last night. GIs are ready to move in this weekend. Developer's gonna have some very angry customers.
Hangi masaya geçersem geçeyim hep böyle sanki olaylarla birbirinin bağlantısı varmış gibi bir durum söz konusu. Suburban bilmem ne fonu diyor.
You guys better see this. I hope you have strong stomachs.
Ay. Aman tanrım.
Morelli, Mike, we recovered a picture of the family. Okay. Anything else? Be honest, I just got here, Phelps. Best you talk to Lynch, he's the expert. Doesn't make any sense. Why aren't they scattered around like the rest of the debris?
I think they've been moved.
Ooh.
I think someone moved them after the explosion and before the fire.
Can you explain that, please?
I'm almost positive the cause of death is asphyxiation due to gas inhalation. Look at the parts of their bodies that aren't scorched. The coloring around the fingertips is typical.
They wouldn't have felt a thing.
I think the fire damage is post-mortem. I think someone moved them into this room after the explosion.
It still doesn't make any sense. Why would you run into a burning building?
Neler neler ya, yok artık.
What are they doing?
Prayer effect is from the fire. Muscles and tendons contract.
You ever think about how many people have died in this world? and how big heaven would have to be to accommodate them bigs?
No, I have not. Show some respect.
It's our boy. I think he watches the fires. I think the Sawyer fire went wrong.
So what about the guy we have in jail, Phelps?
We got the wrong guy.
That doesn't explain why he ran into a burning building. What would make anyone do that?
Guilt.
For the fires?
For his mistake. This guy wants to burn houses, not families. He expects the houses to be empty. He was trying to redeem himself. He probably thought they'd be happier together.
You are one very disturbed individual, Phelps. I know you had it rough lately, but you should start to compartmentalize your thoughts.
He could be right. Can you come up with an alternative
I'm
explanation?
sure it's the same guy.
Are you telling me that some son of a bitch murdered these people, the whole family, and arranged them here like Cupid dolls?
Might fit, Cole, but I don't think we could ever prove it. There's very little evidence.
Evidence?
Albert, check out the hot water system. Make sure we're dealing with the same MO.
Sure, Phelps. I'll get back to you.
Leave the rest to us, Cole.
Bence de yanlış. Bak yanlış adamı tutuklamıştık ya. Zaten o sinematiklerdeki o adama hiç benzemiyor zaten. Niye bunu alıyor? Orada başka bir şey yok mu? Fırçayı da yemiştik zaten adamdan.
Find anything interesting? There isn't much I can tell you right now, Cole.
Bir de öteki odalara bakalım. Boş. El feneri yanmış bir şey değil.
This doesn't pertain to the case.
Bodrum katı var. Dur oraya bakacağız. Ev zaten bodruma doğru çökmüş. Ay su içinde lan oraya. Kapı açılmıyor mu? Açılmıyor.
This is the flashpoint. The heater detonated with enough force to expose the foundations.
Aşağıya doğru infilak etmiş evet. Yani burada bir şey yok gibi görünüyor ama. Yok zaten. Bir saniye bakacağım.
So something finally got to you.
You want my help, pretty boy? You got it. You keep riding me and you won't be pretty much longer.
We can get this guy, Herschel.
You think you've seen everything, Phelps? I was with the 2nd Marines at Bella Wood. The things that went on in that farmhouse. My own guys on fire, screaming for a way out. You're not gonna get this guy. There's gonna be no photos and no citations. We're gonna kill this miserable fuck. End of story. You getting this?
You remember the list from the travel agent?
Sure.
The Morellis were winners too. Their name was on that list.
Christ. We should take a look around, work the neighbors, see what they know. I'll go across the street.
Okay, I'll try this side.
Olaya bak lan.
I haven't done this for years.
Şimdi
You don't look like a fireman, son.
bende de var Samsung 500 GB da modelini hatırlamıyorum bendekinin. Altta yazıyordur. Sana şöyle söyleyeyim. SSD'lerin kralıdır zaten Samsung. Ona göre söyleyeyim. Yani ben şu an kullanıyorum. Harika bir şey. Hiç düşünme yani. Eğer bütçen varsa en pahalısı odur ama en iyisi de odur yani. Bu müzik niye çalıyor burada? Bu adamla konuşmam için mi? Ha, evin arkasına bakacağım bu arada. Dur. Geleceğim. Patlayan noktaya bakacağız. Aha. Yine aynı ısıtıcı bak. Yine aynı şeyler.
Looks like the same model.
Gazete kağıdımız var.
How did you get my number, Ira? At first I didn't understand you, but now I do. I'd like you to come back to the clinic. I'm helping other people now, Doctor.
I think you are confused. You haven't been to the clinic for weeks.
I'm not confused anymore, Doctor. I'm helping people be together.
Aha.
This world is only temporary.
Bu o doktor. Yangını çıkaran da o
Why
konuşan.
don't you tell me where you are and I can come to you? I think the fire should end now. They have served their purpose. Oh, the fires are only beginning, Doctor. After the fires, everything will be beautiful and clean.
Everything will be erased. The world will be fresh and new.
I can see my purpose now, Doctor. And you helped me to find it.
Oyunda sadece 3 tane gazete bulamadım şu ana kadar. Belki sonraki suç mahallelerinde çıkabilir ortaya da. Birileri burada sigara içmiş. Aha. İpucu olacağını düşünmüyordum ama.
Someone was keeping watch. Looks like they were here for quite a while. Brand looks distinctive. Whoever he was wearing boondockers. I would know that imprint anywhere.
Evet. Birisi burada izlemiş. De seni deneyelim bakalım.
LAPD. Can you tell me anything about the fire next door?
Terrible luck. Imagine after having won that weekend.
Bak yine aynı olay.
What's your name, sir?
Foreman. Dudley Foreman.
Did you see or hear anything that might have...
Look, we were asleep when we heard the explosion.
Doğru mu acaba? Değil tabii ki. Yani
It was like Pearl Harbor with bits of the house raining down. Blew out all of our windows that faced the place.
Did you see anyone hanging around the Morelli's home prior to the explosion?
Nope. Can't say as I was looking out, though.
I think you're covering for someone, Foreman. Who is it?
And I think you are off your rocker. How can you make an accusation like that?
Kapının önündeki sigara
What
hizmeti.
proof have you got?
Bot izleri ya da sigara izletleri.
I can see you're
Hayda.
the excitable type. You shouldn't let your imagination run away with itself.
I'll have a patrolman come by and take your statement. Hopefully you'll be a little bit more cooperative with him.
Come on, kid. I'm doing my best here. You were talking about the competition, right? Catalina Island? I've got one of the flyers in the kitchen if you're interested.
Any luck, Cole?
Couple of things. What did you pick up?
Folded piece of paper. Looks complicated.
Japanese call it origami. Can I take a look?
Sure.
Paper crane. There's a legend about them. You fold 1,000 of these and you get a wish.
Hey, don't break it.
I'm not. I'm unfolding it. It looks like a waybill or a flyer.
For what?
For Elysian Fields developments.
Oh, I see you already have one.
When did the flyer arrive in your mailbox?
They've been arriving for weeks. This one was in the mailbox when I got home from work yesterday afternoon.
Kötü oldu şu adamı konuşturamamak. İşaretleyemiyorum. Adres yok. Adresi alacağım şimdi.
I swear, this town is going straight to hell.
All these cops. There's got to be something big.
I need an address for a property developer. Elysian Fields Developments.
One moment, detective.
Artık yüz ifadeler işe yaramıyor abi.
48 North Oxford Avenue, Wilshire. Anything else?
Messages, please.
You have a message. Contact Captain McKelty immediately.
Thanks. Can you put me through, operator?
Of course. Here you are.
Commander?
Leads in the Morelli fire.
We're about to go and visit Elysian Fields Developments.
You're about to do what? Leland Monroe? He's a personal friend of the mayor and the chief. Are you out of your mind? I'm warning you, Phelps.
Commander, we have a line of inquiry.
You have something, you bring it to me. You're hanging by a thread, Phelps. Do you understand?
Evet, ateşle oynuyorum.
Yes, sir.
Good. Have a report on my desk today.
Was not one of the things I wanted
Kelty
to
has
be
warned
when
us
I
off
grew
over
up.
Elysian.
Makes sense. It's a dead end. We should check out Rancho Escondido.
You know the place?
Sure. Corner of Fountain and Wilton. Let's go. Shame about Chap. The Arson Desk has been trying to nail that son of a bitch for years.
He's still in custody, Herschel.
Want to bet? Fella kicked him loose already. And hold him for misdemeanor cigarettes and matches.
Nedense hep böyle büyük davaların sonunda şeye bağlıyoruz. Büyük bir şirketin oğlu, belediye başkanının oğlu bilmem ne. Buraya atılmamızın sebebi de o. Aleykümselam Garp. Kundakçılık. Bu şirketin sahibi de öyle biriymiş herhalde.
Detectives Phelps and Biggs, LAPD, to see Leland Monroe.
Do you have an appointment?
We're the police, lady. We don't need an appointment.
Can I tell him what it's about?
It's an official investigation.
There are 2 police officers here to see Mr. Monroe.
Send them through.
And that's our cue. Thanks, ma'am.
This is what I heard. Cops caught the guy who did the guy, but they covered it up. Some kind of big conspiracy.
May I help you, gentlemen?
We would like to speak to Mr. Monroe.
I'm afraid it's impossible. Mr. Monroe's schedule is booked weeks in advance.
Cut to the chase, sister. Is he in?
I'm not at liberty to reveal that, officer.
So he hired you for your intelligence?
I find that offensive.
You have every right to.
This is getting us nowhere, miss.
Casino.
Would you like us to return with a warrant?
That won't be necessary, gentlemen. Come into my office.
I wonder how many more layers we gotta go through to get to this guy.
You like a cigar? Drink, boys.
Sure, I'll have a scotch.
Biggs!
Bayağı ev yapmışsın sen ya. İşte o ilanlardan biri. Fiyatlar var. $10.000 falan.
We're investigating a series of domestic fires, Mr. Monroe.
It's terrible, boys. How can I help?
Şimdi bu şirketin kundaklamalarla bağlantısı ne olabilir? Tek bağlantısı. El ilanları var orada, o kadar. Başka bir şey söyleyemeyiz. O yüzden çok fazla kanıtımız yok. Hatta hiç yok.
Elysian Fields and Suburban Redevelopment Fund flyers keep turning up in the vicinity of the fires.
They're turning up all over town, boys. Can you imagine the current demand for housing?
So that's your explanation, Mr. Monroe? Coincidence?
Explanation? Why, what's to explain? I advertise on radio and billboards for buyers, and I advertise for sellers using waybills.
Oyunun en zor yerleri bu arada. Biraz yardım lazım bana. Tek başıma çok zorlanmaya başladım artık. Çünkü öyle bir noktaya geldik ki artık insanların mimikleri, yüz ifadeleri, bakışları, bak gözünü kaçırdı yine. Artık çok fazla anlamlı kalmıyor yani. Bir noktadan sonra. Tekrar soracağım şimdi.
Elysian Fields and Suburban Redevelopment Fund flyers keep turning up in the vicinity of the fires.
They're turning up all over town, boys. Can you imagine the current demand for housing?
So that's your explanation, Mr. Monroe? Coincidence?
Explanation? Why, what's to explain? I advertise on radio and billboards for buyers, and I advertise for sellers using waybills.
Ne yani? Tesadüf mü yani? Ben şimdi yalan diyeceğim sadece tepkisini görmek için.
We hear that Suburban is under severe time pressure to complete work on the new houses. I think you're getting heavy-handed about it and it's gone wrong.
I hope you have some proof of how I'm involved in this. I'll be happy to sue you for whatever you're worth.
Oh. Şansımı denesem mi acaba? Buna basıp origami kağıdını göstereceğim. Kaybedeceğim bir şey yok yani. Bu saatten sonra tamam davalar kötü bitiriyorum. Eyvallah şu bu ama basıyorum
Can
buna.
we speed this up a little? Rancho Escondido burned to the ground last night. That's one of my prestige developments. I'm a victim of these fires too, Detective.
What do you know about a competition for families to win free vacations to Catalina Island?
My company runs many promotions. I'm not familiar with that one.
Haberin yok mu? Kendi şirketinin. Şüpheliye basacağım ya bu sefer. Değil.
Two families are dead, Mr. Monroe. This isn't a question of criminal liability. We're looking at conspiracy to commit murder.
Do you know who you're talking to, son? You want to use incendiary language like that with me? I suggest you should leave immediately.
Oğlum çok zor ya. Ben davayı yeniden başlatacağım abi. Dur bakayım ya. Böyle olmayacak abi. Sürekli şey yapıyoruz. Biraz hızlandıralım bari. Ne yapalım ya? Oyunda artık öyle noktalara geldik ki sürekli başarısız oluyoruz yani. Çünkü mimikler hiçbir anlam ifade etmiyor. Hiçbir şey anlaşılmıyor yani. Kanıtlar eksik zaten. Direkt kanıt olmuyor. Dolaylı oluyor her şey. Şimdi 5'te 0 yapınca ben de baştan başlamak istedim. Ara sahneleri inşallah geçebiliriz. Hızlı olur bari en azından. Bunu
House
geçemiyorum.
fire. Bad one. At least 4 Vicks. Get out there and find out what you can. The address is 650 North Hobart.
Bu sefer de yanlış olursa artık
Mary says he'll sing. Only if I guarantee he walks.
yeniden başlatmayacağım abi. Ne yapayım ya? Zaten çok fazla canlı izleyicim de yok. Çok yardım eden de yok. Gelenler hemen gidiyor. Fazla izleyen yok.
You know the way. You can drive.
Hani ben bu oyunu oynarken biraz da canlı izleyici olur da yardım ederler. Ya tabii ki sallayıp da geçebiliriz de. Keyfi yok.
Hear about Rancho Escondido?
Are we having a...
Yok bir sorun o değil. En azından yardım edebiliriz. İnsanlar yardım edebilir chat'tekiler. Şimdi tekrar baştan başlattım.
You guys better see this. I hope you have strong stomachs. Do you have a name?
Bunları geçtim. Aile
Doesn't
yanmış.
make any sense. Why aren't they scattered around like the rest of the debris?
I think they've been moved.
Buraya taşındılar. Bunu bilerek biri yapmış dedi.
What are they doing?
Prayer effect is from the fire. Muscles and tendons contract.
You ever think about how many people have died in this world? And how big heaven would have to be to accommodate them, Biggs?
No, I have not. Show some respect.
It's our boy. I think he watches the fire.
Önceki davadaki adamdan bahsediyor.
Albert, check out the hot water system. Make sure
Diyor
we're
ki
dealing
yanlış
with the
adamı
same MO.
yakaladık.
Sure,
Ben de
Phil.
öyle düşünüyoruz
I'll get back
demiştim.
Leave the rest to us, Cole. You better find out what's eating Biggs.
Evin içinde bir şey bulduk muydu? Hayır, evin içinde bir şey yok. Bodruma inmeye gerek var mı? Hadi şu yıkıldığı noktayı görsün. Neredeydi orası? Isıtıcı patlamış aşağıya doğru.
This is the flashpoint. The heater detonated with enough force to expose the foundations.
Boş, geç onu. Komşuların ifadesini aldım. 2012 mi ne öyle bir şey. Bak aynı ısıtıcı oyunun başından beri. Patlıyor
Looks like the
sürekli.
same model.
Instahit. Bir tane önceki bölümde 2 tane teknisyeni suçlayıp şey yapmıştık. Bunu tekrar izleyecek miyiz şimdi ya?
How did you get my number, Ira?
İzlemiyorum. Burada zaten suçluyu gösteriyor. Yüzünü göstermese de şöyle ensesinden anlıyoruz kim olduğunu. Heh, şimdi en önemli kanıt burası. İyiyim sağ ol. Biraz daha böyle izleyiciler bana katılırsa daha iyi olacağım ama bakalım. Şimdi birisi yangını burada izlemiş dün gece. Sigara içmiş buraya atmış. İşte sigara burada.
Looks like they were here for quite a while. Brand looks distinctive. Whoever he was wearing
Bot
boondockers.
giyiyormuş.
I would know that imprint anywhere.
Şimdi bu da komşusu, bakalım soruyorum. Yok, Instagram kullanmıyorum.
LAPD. Can you tell me anything about the fire next door?
Terrible luck. Imagine after having won that weekend away.
What's your name, sir?
Foreman. Dudley Foreman.
Şimdi
Did you see or hear anything that might have...
olabilir misin? Bak,
We were asleep when we heard the explosion.
direkt kestirip attı, tamam mı burada? Az önce. Buna cevap verirken inandım bu adama. Doğru dedim, doğru değil. Tamam, sorun yok. Bu adam doğru söylemiyor. Zaten kestirip atıyor. Şimdi yalan dememiz için 2 tane kanıtım var. Adamın evinin önünde. O da
Did you see or hear anything that might have...
Look, we were asleep when we heard the explosion.
doğru değil. Ya yalan ya şüpheli diyeceğim. Şimdi yalan dediğimde ne olacak?
You weren't asleep. You were standing over there by the fence watching the place burn down. I hope you didn't know they were inside.
As much as I didn't like that wop bastard, I hope you have evidence that proves I was looking at the fire.
Bot izleri diyeceğim. Çünkü adamın evinin önünde biri var. O yüzden yalan olduğunu düşünüyorum ama yine emin değilim abi. Oyun beni çok şey yapıyor ya. Yanıltıyor. Şimdi bak, bu adamın evi bu. Komşusu bu. Patlama oluyor. Yalan söylüyor. Şimdi adamın evinin önünde çizme var. Çizme izleri var. Bir de izmarit izleri var.
Hey, I don't have all day.
Yalan deyip bot izlerini söylersem, şimdi adamın bu bot izlerinin sahibini görmemiş olması da muhtemel yani.
You're off the hook. For now. Did you see or hear anything that might have...
Look, we were asleep when we heard the explosion.
Yani uyuyorduk diyor. O zaman şüpheli diyeceğim ya ben, aynen.
You didn't like Morelli, did you?
Some neighbors you get along with, some you don't. Guess they should have sold up.
What do you mean?
They're knocking down all these old houses
Evet,
and building a
şüpheli
new
doğru.
subdivision for GIs. Morelli was being difficult.
Did you see anyone hanging around the Morelli's home prior to the explosion?
Nope. Can't say as I was looking out, though.
Ne diyebilirim ki bu adama ben şimdi? Ya bir noktada şunu seçeceğiz ama hangi noktada? Bak şunlar bir noktada seçilecek. Sigara izmaritleri, bot izleri, bunlardan birisi.
Did you see anyone hanging around the Morelli's home prior to the explosion?
Nope. Can't say as I was looking out, though.
Öncekinde ne demiştim ben? Yalan demiştim galiba. Ne diyelim? Doğru, şüpheli. Yalan da söyleyebiliriz ama başka bir şey bulmamız lazım. Ne diyeyim? Şüpheli mi? Yine mi diyeyim? Emin misin? Peki. Şüpheli doğru, bravo.
There are signs of someone hanging around over there by the fence.
Hey, now that you come to think of it, there was a guy. Kind of tall. Skinny, though.
Anything else?
Orange lumber jacket, a beat-up hat, and
Evet,
no hair.
güzel, güzel.
I thought he was the pest exterminator guy who was working around here the last few days. But that guy had hair.
Sigara içen adamın biraz içeriğini verdi.
You said someone is knocking these houses down?
Elysian Fields. You must know them. They're billboards. That Monroe character beaming down at you. We've had an offer for the house.
Did the Morellis want to sell?
I don't know.
Bir saniye. Bir dakika.
Mind if we move things along a little, detective?
Posta kutusunu atılabiliyor muyum? Açamıyorum. Başka posta kutusu var mı? Burada bir şeyler var. Dur bakayım.
Standard man's dress shoe.
You said someone is knocking these houses down?
Elysian Fields. You must know them. They're billboards. That Monroe character beaming down at you. We've had an offer for the house.
Did the Morellis want to sell?
I don't know. Mind if we move things along a little, detective?
Bunu diyorsan eğer buna bakılmıyor. Ona bakılmıyor, hayır. Başka da bir şey bulamadım.
I swear this town is going straight to hell.
İlginç olan şu ki, burada da olay yeri müziği çalıyor burada. Niye? Bir şey falan mı saklıyorsun? Yo. Böyle bir şey göremiyorum, hayır. Bu adamın evinde bir şey yok. Adamın evine hatta şey girmiş, saplanmış, baksana.
You said someone is knocking
Doğru
these
diyeceğim.
houses down.
Elysian Fields. You must know them. They're billboards. That Monroe character beaming down at you. We've had an offer for the house.
Did the Morellis want to sell?
I don't know.
Adam öyle bir gözlere sahip ki. Baksana, gözünü kaçırıp duruyor ya. Ara sıra. Ne diyeyim bilemedim ki. Yine mi şüpheli diyeyim yani?
You said someone is knocking these houses down?
Elysian Fields. You must know them. They're billboards. That Monroe character beaming down at you.
Aynen.
We've had an offer for the house.
Did the Morellis want to sell?
I don't know.
Bilmem diyor da şimdi buna ne diyebilirsin ki ben? şey biliyormuş gibi yani. Ne doğru mu diyeyim, ne diyeyim? Yine mi şüpheli diyeyim? 3'te 3 yani ha? Yani bakışlarını beğenmedim, evet. Şüpheli diyorum. Bravo. Garp sen bu işi biliyorsun ha valla.
They couldn't have all deserved that. I want you to help me here, Foreman.
Morelli was pig-headed. He built the house himself. He didn't want to sell. Stubborn fool was ruining it for all of us.
3'te 3 yaptık.
You said the Morellis had won a weekend away to Catalina Island?
Yeah, that's right. First thing I thought after the explosion was, thank goodness they was away. But then I find out they were still in there.
Who was running the competition?
What? I don't know.
El ilanı var mı bende? Yok. Biliyorsun. Yine şüpheli diyeceğim. Neden biliyor musun? El ilanı var. Ama gerçi el ilanını olaydan önce mi sonra mı görüyor? Broşür alıp getirdi ya şimdi bir öncekinde. O zaman biliyorsun. Bence bu da şüpheli. Biraz mimiklerine bakalım.
You said the Morellis had won a weekend away to Catalina Island?
Yeah, that's right. First thing I thought after the explosion was, thank goodness they was away. But then I find out they were still in there.
Who was running the competition?
What? I don't know.
Çok az böyle bir kaçırma var. Ne diyorsun? Yine şüpheli diyorum. Bu sefer ben şüpheli diyorum. Hani hep siz dediniz, bu sefer ben diyorum. Çünkü o afişler var. Henüz biz bulmadık ama birazdan bulacağız. Oradan biliyorum. İşin garip yanı çok da bu sefer düzgün duruyor yani hani diğerlerinin aksine.
Hey, I don't have all day.
Painted ne ya? Basıyorum ya.
I need
Değil,
more,
şüpheli
Mr.
değil.
Foreman. Tell me what you know about the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
I know nothing about it. I've never heard of them.
Thanks for your time, Mr. Foreman.
Sure. Hey, if you're interested, I have one of those competition flyers in the kitchen. I could get it for you if you like.
That would be great.
Any luck, Cole?
Couple of things. What did you pick up?
Folded piece of paper. Looks complicated.
Japanese call it origami.
Ha,
Can I
anladım.
take a look?
Tamam.
Sure.
Paper crane. There's a legend about them. You fold 1,000 of these and you get a wish.
Hey, don't break it.
I'm not. I'm unfolding it. It looks like a waybill or a flyer.
For what?
For Elysian Fields developments.
Oh,
Şüpheli
I
değilmiş.
see you already have one.
Ya doğru ya yanlış. Yanlış olmadığına göre
When
doğru,
did the
muhtemelen
flyer arrive in
doğru
your
olacak.
mailbox?
They've been arriving for weeks. This one was in the mailbox when I got home from work yesterday afternoon.
Şeyden anlıyorum. Birincisi nasıl buluyorduk onu? Sorguları. Bak 3 doğru bir yanlış gördüm. Burada yazıyor zaten. Çentikler doğru. X yanlış demek. Şu dördüncüsü yanlış. Bir de müzikten anlıyorum zaten. Müzik çok fazla dın dın dın yapıyorsa o bilemedin demek. Doğruysa dın dın yapıyor. Dın dın. 2 melodi yapıyor. Yanlışsa 4 melodi yapıyor. Öyle bir şey.
How bad is it? Come on, you can tell me. I swear this town is going straight to hell.
Bunu geçebiliyor muyum?
I need an address for a property developer.
Geçemiyorum.
Elysian Fields Developments.
One moment, Detective. The address is 748 North Oxford Avenue, Wilshire. Anything else?
Messages, please.
You have a message. Contact Captain McKelty immediately.
Thanks. Can you put me through, operator?
Of course. Here you are.
Commander?
Leads on the Morelli fire.
We're about to go and visit Elysian Fields Developments.
You're about to do what? Leland Monroe? He's a personal friend of the mayor and the chief. Are you out of your mind? I'm warning you, Phelps.
Commander, we have a line of inquiry.
You have something, you bring it to me. You're hanging by a thread, Phelps. Do you understand?
Şüpheli partner.
Yes, sir.
Good. Have a report on my desk today.
O mu? O
Kelty
bizi
has warned us off
o
over.
kadınla ispiyonladı ya.
Makes sense. It's a dead end.
İşte
We should check out Rancho Escondido.
You know the place?
Sure. Corner of Fountain and Wilton. Let's go.
You drive.
bakarsın ya. Tam bilmiyorsun herhalde sen
All
de.
right. Where to?
Önce buraya, bu sefer önce öbür tarafa gideceğim ki biraz daha kanıtımız olsun. İşte o Alman kadınıyla yatıyor falan dedi. Sonra ötekiler de inandı. Kanıtlar bulundu falan filan. Sonra bizi düşürdüler. Kundakçılık masasına attılar. Oradaki dava devam ediyor. Karısıyla boşanma aşamasına geldi.
There are times when you really miss a nightstick. There's more religion in the end of a nightstick than in 100 cathedrals.
I'm not gonna tell you again, sir.
Don't tell me when and how I can come and go on my own property.
It is not
This is
safe,
America, dickhead.
Sir. Now step back, or I'll lock you up for a fray.
Son of a bitch!
Aha.
Come back here. You're not getting off that easy. That's done it, Cole. We're gonna have to pacify these poor saps.
Come on, then.
I'm gonna bust you right.
Don't worry. I'll take you out.
Oh, you're going down. Good thing you showed up when you did, detectives. Those folks were baying for blood.
Okay, then. Let's see if there's anything left to take a look at.
Evet, şimdi olaylar iyice ilginçleşiyor. Bir yangın. Ya bu dövüş olmasın önemli değil. Bu dedektiflik oyunu için bence dövüş olayı evet gereksiz tabi de. Biraz mekanik düzgün olabilirmiş. Evet, elimizde yine bir bu şirketin yapmış olduğu, o şirketin değil pardon. O şirkete alakası olabileceği bir ev daha var. Oha, kaç ev yapmış oğlum buradan? Ne olmuş lan burada? Ben şimdi neye bakıyorum bir dakika? Tamamlanmamış yerleri var. Tamamlanmamış burası. Ama bunlar da kundaklanmış. Bir dakika, burada olay yeri müziği çalıyor. Neden? İçinde mi?
mortar is like dust. Is that normal in a fire?
You'd expect some shrinkage in the heat, but it looks like the cement barely adhered to the brick. Doesn't appear to be any
Malzemeden
bomb
çalmışlar.
either. This thing looks like it was built on the cheap.
Tamam.
If we're paying a visit to Elysian and ruining my career, let's bite the bullet and get out.
Kar simülatör mü? Yok abi. Simülatör oyunları ben çok oynamam ya. Ne oldu? Adam arabaya dönüyor. Şu evlere bakmayacağız mı yani? Evet. Diğerlerine bakmaya gerek yok. Malzemeden çalmışlar. Üzeri çizili ama yine de olay yeri müziği çalıyor nedense. Evet, bu sefer biraz daha dikkatli olmam lazım soru sorarken.
You can drive.
And where exactly are we going?
You are listening to Duke Ellington on KTI.
Buradaki muhabbeti
Detectives Phelps
kesiyorum.
and Biggs, LAPD, to
Dedim
see
ama
Leland
kesemiyorum.
Monroe.
Do you have an appointment?
We're the
Kesinlikle
police,
çünkü.
lady. We don't need an appointment.
Can I tell him what it's about?
It's an official investigation.
There are two police officers here to see Mr. Monroe.
Send them through.
And that's our cue. Thanks, ma'am.
May I help you?
We would like to speak to...
You like a cigar? Drink, boys.
Sure, I'll have a scotch.
Biggs!
Bak, orası burası değil mi işte o yanmış olan? En azından bu adamla ilgili tek bir kanıtımız var şu an. Malzemeden çalındı. Bakalım bunu nerede
We're
kullanabiliriz?
investigating a series of domestic fires, Mr. Monroe.
It's terrible, boys. How can I help?
Elysian Fields and Suburban Redevelopment Fund flyers keep turning up in the vicinity of the fires.
They're turning up all over town, boys. Can you imagine the current demand for housing?
So that's your explanation, Mr. Monroe? Coincidence?
Explanation?
Ulan?
Why, what's to explain? I advertise on radio and billboards for buyers, and I advertise for sellers.
Ben buna ne demiştim?
using
Yalan
Weibo.
demiştim değil mi? Öncekinde ben yalan mı demiştim buna? Yalan demiştim herhalde.
Elysian Fields and Suburban Redevelopment Fund flyers keep turning up in the vicinity of the fires.
They're turning up all over town, boys. Can you imagine the current demand for housing?
So that's your explanation, Mr. Monroe? Coincidence?
Explanation? Why, what's to explain? I advertise on radio and billboards for buyers, and I advertise for sellers using waybills.
Doğru mu diyeceğim şimdi ben buna? Adamın öyle bir mimikleri var ki hiç bakmasan da olur yani. Doğru diyeceğim o zaman. Şüpheli çıkar. Evet, pişmiş kelle gibi duruyor yani. Sırıtıyor bir de ya. Abi bu adama ben hiçbir zaman
Can we speed this up a little?
doğru diyesim gelmiyor ki.
Elysian Fields and Suburban Redevelopment Fund flyers.
Öncekinde de galiba yalan dedim.
They're turning up all over town, boys. Can you imagine the current demand for housing?
So that's your explanation, Mr. Monroe? Coincidence?
Explanation? Why, what's to explain? I advertise on radio and billboards for buyers, and I advertise for sellers using
Yanmış bir ev içinde mi? Hayır tabii ki de. Ben de şüpheli diyorum şimdi.
We found a family burnt out in their home. Another house burned to the ground. Another Elysian Fields flyer. Our information is that they didn't want to sell.
Are you saying that's something to do with me? Is that your point?
Point is, every time we find a family barbecued, we find one of your flyers. Is that good advertising?
What do you know about a competition for families to win free vacations to Catalina Island?
My company runs many promotions. I'm not familiar with that one.
Hatırlamaya çalışıyorum. Buna ben ne cevap verdim diye. Adam kendi şirketindeki kampanyadan haberim yok diyor. Şimdi burada da arazi ilanı var. Bak sol altta Win a Trip işte Kaliforniya, İsland yazıyor. Okunuyor mu sizde bilmiyorum. Okunuyordur herhalde. Bak hemen o adamın altındaki yerde yazıyor şurada. Aha da kanıt yani. Ama gözlerini kaçırıyor bu arada beyefendi.
What do you know about a competition for families to win free vacations to Catalina Island?
My company runs many promotions. I'm not familiar with that one.
Aga bak bu sefer beraber olalım istiyorum. Şu soruda en azından bak şimdi. Sen de yeni geldin madem tekrar yapıyorum bak şimdi. Bu adamın şimdi broşürleri var dağıtıyor tamam mı? Bak şimdi şuradan göstereyim sana. Bu adamın şirketi bu. Kazanma şansı adaya tatil sol altta bak. Adamın resminin altında duruyor. Diyor ki bu adam diyor benim bundan haberim yok diyor şimdi. Gel nasıl inanabilirsin ki böyle bir şey yani? Al soruyorum.
What do you know about a competition for families to win free vacations to Catalina Island?
My company runs many promotions. I'm not familiar with that one.
Ama bundan haberim yoktu. Kaliforniya'dası.
Level with me, Mr. Monroe. You know all about the vacation offers.
You can believe whatever you like, son. You're missing the vital ingredient called proof.
Ne diyorsunuz? Buna basayım mı? Adam haberim yok diyor. Ya bu kadar bariz bir şey olabilir mi ama ya? Bariz değil mi yani şimdi bu ya? Bu bariz değilse nedir yani başka hani?
Can we speed this up a little?
Origami kağıdı olay yerinde bulduğum bir kağıt. İçinde de bu adamın şeyi çıktı. Aynı bak şu el ilanının aynısı bu. Ama origami olarak şey yapmış yani. Basıyorum ya aman. Bildim.
Your face is all over the flyer.
Al işte.
Mr. Monroe. You know about the prizes, and you're aware that they get given to holdouts.
My face is the brand. It's on all our advertising. Did you know that the mayor and the chief of police are part of the Suburban Redevelopment Fund? Do you want to accuse them of murder as well?
You've made offers to buy houses in areas where fires have been recorded.
Are you suggesting that I'm burning people out of their homes so that I can sell them new ones?
What happens to your plans if a family like the Morellis refuses to sell?
We work around them. Business finds a way. That's the American way.
Şüphelerimi bu yazıyı okuyunca siz de anlıyorsunuzdur. Düşük malzemeden kaliteden çimento ile evler yapıyorsun.
You've made offers to buy houses in areas where fires have been recorded.
Are you suggesting that I'm burning people out of their homes so that I can sell them new ones?
What happens to your plans if a family like the Morellis refuses to sell?
We work around them. Business finds a way. That's the American way.
Adamın gözleri bile görünmüyor ki. Nasıl şey yapamıyorsun ki yani. Gözleri görünmüyor yani neredeyse. Bu sefer yalan değil ama yalan mı bu sefer de? Vallahi yemin ediyorum o kadar zor ki yani. Kanıtın ne o zaman peki? Yalan diyeceğim. Yalan diyorum.
I think you're being less than candid, Mr. Monroe. You're building these homes to some timetable. You're under pressure to get rid of the holdouts.
Evet.
And how exactly do you think you can prove that in a court?
O zaman kanıt olarak da çimentoyu göstereyim mi? Bu. Ne diyorsun? Origami mi? Niye ki? Ha. Çimento mu origami mi? Origami olay yerinde bulduğumuz kağıdın aynısının ama origami şeklinde olanı. Hayır, origami kağıdının adamın ismi yok. Hayır, adamın ismi değil. Adamın şu broşür var ya şu. Bunu katlayıp origami şeklinde. Yani adamın ismi yok değil. Bu kağıdın aynısı zaten. Origami de bu da aynı kağıt ikisi. Sadece bu katlanmış hali sadece.
Can we speed this up a little?
Öteki soru ne bir dakika?
Looks like I made a mistake.
Biz bu kanıtı boşuna bulmadık düşük çimentoyu. Öteki soru ne? Rancho Escondido yangını. Şu soruyu sor.
What's Elysian Fields' involvement in Rancho Escondido?
One of our latest housing developments. It was due to open on the weekend, or was before the unfortunate conflagration.
It met with building code regulations.
Absolutely.
Tamam.
Only the best for our returning heroes.
Çimentoyu burada söyleyeceğiz. Yalan.
You're lying, Monroe. There's something out of kilter about that development.
Son, I've had enough of you and your fidgety friend. There's no way in hell you can prove that my materials
bu kolaydı.
are inferior.
Malzemelerin kalitesiz çünkü düşük kalite kullandım.
I'm no expert, but I think we'll find that the bricks being used on those houses are undersized and the mortar is faulty.
And there's no wall ties connecting the masonry to the frame.
Every building is built to a budget, boys. Those buildings were inspected and fully insured by California Fire and Life. Investment of that magnitude demands it. Do you think that they'd vouch for the buildings without examining them?
Son soru.
It offers to buy houses in areas where fires have been recorded.
Are you suggesting that I'm burning people out of their homes so that I can sell them new ones?
What happens to your plans if a family like the Morellis refuses to sell?
We work around them. Business finds a way. That's the American way.
Peki origami diyorum. Çimentoyu elediğimize göre burada ne diyeceğiz? Doğru, şüpheli, yalan. Elimizde yalan olduğuna dair bir tek origami var. Garb'ın söylediği. Şüpheli diyebiliriz. Biraz gözlerini kaçırıyor. Doğru da diyebiliriz. Gülüyor mu diyorsun? Gülüyor, evet. Ama yani gülmesi aman çok düşünme ya. Gülüyor, evet. Bas, şüpheli.
Come on, Mr. Monroe. You expect me to believe that you would build a new development with one of those old piles smack bang in the center of it?
Progress is an inexorable process, detective. Those who choose to
İşte
stand
bak,
in defiance
4'te 4 yaptık şu anda.
to the waste basket of
İşbirliği bak. Siz olmasaydınız ben belki 4'te 4 yapamazdım az önce.
Yes, we would build around them if we had to. Most people see sense. The arsonists. Do you have any suspects?
We aren't at liberty to say.
I didn't think so. The contractors I use for waybills. Do you suppose it could be any of them? I have a list of their names if it'd be of any help.
That would be very helpful, Mr. Monroe.
Glad to hear it. I'm always happy to help the LAPD. My secretary will provide you with that list. Did you know that I'm on the board of the police pension fund?
Aha, rüşvet falan mı verecekti lan ona? Son söylediğini duydunuz mu? İmlenin başı ağrıyacak tabi, anladı. Olabilir ya, yanlış yönlendirmiş olabilirsin. İşte zaten az önce ben 3'te 0 yapmanın sebebi de o. Kafam karışmıştı. Bak mesela Garp adam geliyor. Bu bir yanlış. Mesela demek ki bazı adamların mimikleri, yani gözlerinden değil de gülümsemesinden de anlayabiliyorsun demek ki yani.
What's the story? Any of these names ring a bell?
İsimlere baktığım zaman Herbert Chapman is on this listede.
Find the phone. We need to know where we're at with Chapman.
Chapman kimdi? Bakalım hemen. Muhtemel kundakçı. Çünkü bu adamın çalışanlarından el ilanları dağıtan... He, anladım şimdi. Bu adamın broşürleri dağıtan bir adamı var o listede. Bize şüpheli o göründü şu an. Bayan telefon lazım. Telefonu kullanayım.
That's the swine. Look at him.
Operator, give me R&I.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
Can you check whether we are still holding a Herbert Chapman?
Let me find out for you. He was released this morning, Detective.
Tahliye mi
I'm
edilmiş?
sorry, Detective.
It's not your fault. Can you give me a last known address and put out an APB on the guy?
I'll get back to you, Detective. APB will go out over KGPL shortly.
Thank you.
Adamı salmışlar. Niye acaba? Aha bu kadın bak. Aldatıyor demiştik ya. Garp sen burayı merak ediyordun. Gitti galiba. Aha geldi bak İbne geldi.
Buy me a drink, Cole? No! Not even for old time's sake? Not even for that. You're not gonna ask me why I'm here? I wouldn't give you the pleasure. We'll get around to it. She's in fine voice this evening. I wonder how the commander would feel about... Save the threats for someone who cares about them, Roy. You're breaking my heart, Cole. You know how I feel about you. Stay away from Elysian Fields. I should have known that you were playing errand boy. You and your doofus partner. You have been warned. Thanks for your cooperation, officer.
I love you.
Stay away.
Bak.
You have no idea the type of people that are involved in that company. I have a pretty good idea, Roy. The same kind of people that sent you here. Your investigation is finished. Homicide will be taking over from here. I've heard we've had a spate of grass fires in the hills that you and that hunchback might be able to handle. Thanks for the drink, Cole.
Bak görüyor musun? Bak.
You get the message about Monroe?
Yeah. Earl delivered it. You?
McKelty. He started making noises about my pension.
Sorry about that, Herschel. I didn't mean to drag you into this.
Save it, Phelps. Monroe's an asswipe. And so was Earl. And so was McKelty when it's all said and done.
Devlet
KGPL calling car 11K.
devlet tarafından pohpohlanan bir şirket.
Go ahead.
Hani susun diyorlar, araştırmayın diyorlar.
Chapman is 650 North Kingsley Drive in Wilshire.
Roger that, KGPL. 11K en route.
Let's go pick him up.
You fought at Sugarloaf, didn't you?
I did. But I don't like to talk about him.
You come across a guy called Jack Kelso out that way?
You know Jack Kelso?
He's an insurance investigator over at California Fire and Life. Our paths cross from time to time. For some reason, seeing you makes me think of him.
Has Jack spoken to you about his experiences on Sugarloaf? Or the rest of the campaign?
Jack keeps stone just like you do. I know what it feels like to get back from conflict. You gotta respect that.
Çok büyük haltlar dönüyor. Bakalım çözebileceğiz mi? Adamı duydun değil mi? Resmen diyor ki bırakın o şirketin üstüne gitmeyin. O zaten İbne'nin bilmem nesi. O adam.
We're looking for Herbert Chapman.
I'm looking for him too. I need him to move his car so I can mow the lawn.
He's definitely not here.
I've been banging on his door off and on for a couple of hours. Yeah, he's out somewhere. There's some kind
Let's
of
take a
problem.
look at the car.
Arabasına bakalım.
Let's see what he's hauling around.
Aha. Geciktirici bak şey bu. Tütsü. Yangının
Motive, opportunity, and hard evidence.
bu yuvarlak şey yangını geciktiriyor. Fitil gibi düşünebilirsiniz. Bir tane delil bulduk. Bu nedir? Mermi var.
We should revise the APB.
Adam silahlı bariz, evet. İşte bak broşürler.
Definitely gives him opportunity.
Her şey onu gösteriyor şu an, doğru.
Holy cool. There he is. It's Chapman. He's coming out of the laundromat.
Aha.
Shit. He's seen
Gördü.
us.
Gördü bizi.
Cops! Again!
Ne yaptı? Trene bindi lan.
Son of a bitch. He must have caught the trolley. We gotta move fast, Cole. I'll call this in. Get some cars dispatched. Car 11K calling KGPL.
Tramvayı mı durdurayım? Nasıl yapacağım?
11K requesting assistance. In pursuit of suspect aboard the 1110 University streetcar. Currently heading east on Melrose Avenue. Advise all units. Suspect is in control of car and driving dangerously.
Roger, 11K. All units, officers need assistance on Melrose Avenue. The suspect aboard the 1110
Çarparak durduramam ki bunu da ya.
eastbound. Approach with caution. Suspect is in control of the streetcar and driving dangerously. Units to animal code 3 identified.
Stay on his ass, Cole. Don't lose him. Look, Cole, the side plate's gone. Get me closer. I think I got a shot here.
Çekilin be.
Hold him tight, Cole. As soon as he ditches the tram, we'll be there to grab him. I need to be closer, Phelps! End of the line, you little prick. Come on, Cole. Looks like we have our man, Cole. Well done.
I'm not so sure. Chapman seemed to have his own agenda. There seems to be more to this than a personal vendetta.
What are you talking about?
The fires benefit Elysian in some way. I don't see Chapman and Monroe working together.
You have a point. The evidence is good for Chapman. Hard to be worrying about his side of the story when he's blasting away with that big 45.
Nice work, gentlemen. Put yourself at considerable risk stopping that trolley and probably saved a lot of lives. Anyone else but you, Phelps, and you'd be up for a bravery award. We've had our eyes on that slippery son of a bitch Chapman for as long as I can remember. I couldn't be happier than to wipe him off the scoreboard. I hope this puts to bed that crazy stuff you had going about Leland Monroe. What were you thinking, Phelps? We'll be calling Richard Nixon a crook next.
Vay, bizimki çapkın çıktı.
A letter from Lou. His insurance policy named me beneficiary.
California Fire and Life. You worked for Elysian?
The roof that he was working on collapsed.
It's a very generous settlement. Elsa, I'd like you to do something for me. I think there's something dirty about Elysian Fields.
What has that got to do with Lou?
I want you to reject this settlement. I want you to go and see an investigator named Jack Kelso and ask him to make some inquiries about Lou's case.
Isn't this police work?
Do you want to find out what happened to Lou?
Why would he help, this Kelso?
Jack won't be able to help himself if he smells a rat.
He's a friend of yours?
He hates my guts. Elsa, you could take this money and let them get away with it, or we could get Jack's help and do something about it.
Why not be honest with this man, Cole? He deserves your honesty if you want his help.
Believe me, Elsa, I'd like to level with him. I really would, but it's too late. Years too late.
Çünkü asker arkadaşı değil mi? Karısı işte ama aldattığı için terk etti zaten de. Ve şimdi sarıldıklarına göre... Evet, bu davayı 5 yıldızla kapattık. Bunun en az 3 yıldızı senin Garp. Sana veriyorum 3 yıldızını. Sen olmasan yapamazdık valla. Çünkü 8 doğrunun 7'sini bilmekte bu davayı şey yaptı. Mükemmel şekilde kapattı. Chapman suçlu bulundu ve ölene kadar Monroe ve Elysian arazide hiçbir bağı bulunamadı. Bağı bulunamadı diyor. Enteresan. Şehre hasar vermemişiz, araç çarpmamışız, yaralanmaya. Onların da etkisi var tabii yıldızlarda da. İpuçları da benim olsa geri kalan 3 yıldız senin. Devam. İşte Kelso bu.
Mr. Kelso?
That's what the sign on the door says, miss.
You are a modest little person with much to be known.
There's no need to come into the office, Miss Lichtmann. If you accept the settlement, all you need to do is sign here.
I don't accept the
What
settlement.
do you mean you don't accept? I think you're pushing your luck, lady. This seems to be a ridiculously generous settlement. A $200 policy with a $20,000 payout? You should...
I don't want the money.
What do you mean you don't want the money?
I want you to investigate this case. I feel my friend may have been the victim of foul play.
Okay. Let me get the case file.
There's got to be more in these files.
Sounds like your friend took a hell of a fall. I'm sorry for your loss. Do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Of course not.
What basis do you have for your claim of foul play?
Lou Buckwalter was a craftsman. I don't believe he would have made a roof that would collapse.
What are you talking about, Miss Lichtmann? This was an industrial accident.
How do you know that?
Because it said...
Bir de 0 yaptık daha ya. Baştan yapayım. 1'de 0 doğru değil. Şimdi son bir iki dava kaldı sanırım. Burada artık biz Cole Phelps değiliz. Jack Kelso olarak oynayacağız şimdi. Çünkü bizim departmanımız olmadığı için ona bıraktık bu işi. Bakalım inandırabileceğiz mi? Adam Kadın niye 1'de 0 yani? Niye doğru söylemiyor ki?
That's what the sign on the door says, miss.
Geçemiyorum bu arada burayı.
There's no need to come into the office, Miss Lichtman. If you accept the settlement, all you need to do is sign here.
I don't.
Do you think this lipstick's too light for my complexion?
There's got to be more in these files.
I could save all year and not be able to afford that.
Sounds like your friend took a hell of a fall. Sorry for your loss. Do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Of course not.
What basis do you have for your claim of foul play?
Lou Buckwalter was a craftsman. I don't believe he would have made a roof that would collapse.
Şüpheli.
You want me to reopen this case based on your woman's intuition? That isn't going to happen. Take the money.
I've already told you I do not want the money. There's something wrong with that house.
You and Buckwalter weren't married?
No.
Then how did you become his beneficiary?
We were family friends.
Ne diyorsun?
You and Buckwalter weren't married?
No.
Then how did you become his beneficiary?
We were family friends.
Ben inanmadım ya. Şüpheli diyorum.
You expect me to reopen this case because you come in here walking that walk? Well, I'm not buying it. I think you should tell me what the hell is going on.
You really want to know?
Yes.
We were interned together on Ellis Island. Resident alien Germans whose parents had been killed by Nazis. Do you see the irony in that, Mr. Kelso? We spent 4 years there.
2'de 2 yaptım. İkisi de şüpheli doğru yaptım yani.
So the roof collapsed. Accidents happen. What exactly are you trying to achieve here, Ms. Lichtman?
Exactly what I said. I want that building thoroughly investigated.
Bu sefer doğru diyeceğim.
I'm intrigued, Ms. Lichtman. I really am. But you're going to have to give me something if you want me to get involved in this.
There is a conspiracy surrounding Elysian Fields and the new houses they are building. I believe your insurance company is involved.
That's pretty heady stuff, Ms. Lichtman. Flimsy, but heady.
I've told you what I know, Mr. Kelso. What are you going to do about it?
All right, Ms. Lichtman. One final question.
Yes.
What's your address?
Is that usual?
Is there anything usual about this case, Ms. Lichtman?
The address is on the letter, Mr. Kelso.
The address, not the phone number.
Mr. Benson would like to see you in his office, Jack. Upstairs. Come on, I'll walk you up.
I'll be in touch.
Aynen.
Brought his socks in it this year.
Adres yazıyormuş şurada zaten. Buna da bakmıştık zaten. Yere bir şey düştü lan, ne o? Su falan düştü.
You coming?
And then the louse calls and says he's going to marry.
Oyunun son 2 davasındayız. Bak müzik çok gergin. Bakalım bu böylesine büyük bir şeyin içine girince ne olacak? Bu arada bizim dedektifle yani her zamanki karakter bu asker arkadaşı. Araları o yüzden iyi değil. O yüzden gidip anlatmıyor. Birinci sebep. İkincisi sebep zaten karısıyla aldattığı için bu departmanı almıyorlar zaten cinayetle ilgili. Yok, spoiler vermeyeceğim. Olmaz. Spoiler vermek olmaz.
You wanted to see me?
Ah, yes, Jack. I'm just trying out a new putter. I noticed Elsa Lichtmann in the lobby.
It's the weirdest thing, Mr. Benson.
Call me Curtis, Jack. This is California.
Like I said, Curtis, this is a very strange case.
How so, Jack?
That lady, Elsa Lichtmann, is refusing a 20 grand payout.
Elsa Lichtmann is hardly a lady, Jack. She's a jazz musician. Plays at the Blue Room in Hollywood. She has a fine pair of lungs, now that I think
She's
of
the
it.
beneficiary of this guy, Lou Buckwalter. He was killed in an industrial accident working for Elysian Fields Developments. You know Elysian?
I'm familiar with Leland Monroe. We move in similar circles.
Well, Miss Lichtmann is making some pretty serious accusations. She says the case stinks and that
She's a
something
very
happened.
highly strung girl, Jack. Strung out might be a better way to put it.
It's a pretty generous payment, Curtis. I think I should look into it.
Is there anything wrong with the paperwork, Kelso?
No, there isn't, Mr. Benson.
I didn't think so. Pay the case out and get her off our backs.
I can't make her take the money,
Deal
sir.
with it, Jack. Do your fucking job. Do I have to do everything?
No, sir, you don't.
Fine, Jack. Fine. You know I have the greatest confidence in you.
Thanks, Mr. Benson.
Bak. Hepsi işin içinde. Hepsi işin içinde.
Your car, Mr. Kelso.
Thanks, kid.
Well, you don't see that every day.
Bu adamın ortağı yok. Tek oynuyor. Aha, geldik oraya bak. Daha önce de gelmiştik. Zaten birazdan bitiyor oyun ya. Çimentonun gönderim fişi bak.
That's not how my pop taught me to mix it. Someone is cutting corners. Leland Monroe, the man with the grin. Looks like he doesn't like to be disappointed. Bulldozing and starting again.
Anladım. Doğrudur. Enteresan.
Hey! You just can't be walking around down here.
I'm Jack Kelso, from California Fire and Life.
I don't care if you're from the Vatican. Buzz off!
I'm investigating the accidental death of a Lou Buckwalter, and...
You deaf? Do I have to beat on you?
Looks like you do.
You're a real asshole.
I came to see the house where Lou Buckwalter died. You were just about to offer to show me the way.
It's out the gate and 3 houses down on the left. Don't know what you're looking for, smart guy. There's nothing there.
Then I'll poke around in the rubble.
Fine. As long as you're out of my sight.
Nerede ya? Ha, burada değil.
The place falls down and then they bulldoze it. What gives here?
Let's try to piece this together. That's not right.
I saved a whole year for that car.
They don't quite fit.
You want me to grab two? Ketchup and a root beer?
Keystone Films. Who gets their lumber from a film studio?
Aha.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, shit.
Pas. Güzel. Bu adam bizden.
Son of a bitch.
Pekala. İlla ateş edeceğiz yani. Görüşürüz.
Son of a bitch.
This guy must have escaped from the loony bin.
Jack Kelso, California Fire and Life investigator. I need an address on the Keystone Film Company.
The address is 658 North Wilton Place. Is there anything else?
No, thank you, ma'am.
Galiba olabilir. Bizi buraya getirdiler. Bakalım ne olacak şimdi.
Hi, Mac. I work for California Fire and Life. I'm looking into an industrial accident.
Here?
No, not here. At a housing development over on Normandy Avenue.
So?
I found some lumber over there, had the Keystone name printed on it.
We've been closed since 41. Never quite made the transition to talkies. The Suburban Redevelopment Fund are pulling the place down.
Know anything about the Suburban Redevelopment Fund?
Nix.
Mind if I take a look around?
I'm kinda hungry. If someone was to leave a couple of bucks here, I might wander down the street and get a cup of coffee.
Is there a key to the gate?
No. The only guys who go in or out are some delivery guys from Elysian Fields. They're working on a housing development over at Wilton and Santa Monica. You'll have to hop it.
Al sana rüşvet. Ya da adına ne dersen artık.
Let's see what the rich and powerful have to say for themselves.
The real should be nearby.
Şu yerdeki değil mi işte? Evet o. Değil.
In a great day for the future of Los Angeles, civic leaders and businessmen joined forces to launch the Suburban Redevelopment Fund. The Suburban Redevelopment Fund pledges to speed up housing development for returning GI.
Gentlemen, this is Dr. Harlan Fontaine. He's our latest investor in the Suburban Redevelopment Fund. Doctor, this is Curtis Benson. He's Vice President of the California Fire and Life.
Pleased to meet you, Doctor.
Ray Gordon, editor of the Times. Doctor. District Attorney Don Sandler and Police Chief Warren.
Gentlemen, I am delighted to be in such exalted company.
You're making quite a name for yourself, Doctor, amongst the thespian fraternity.
I find that those of artistic temperament are often of a fragile mental disposition.
It's a short step from miscreant to recidivism, Doctor.
Very true.
But I think we could all agree that the City of Angels does rather well basking in the reflection of the motion picture industry.
Hear, hear. And it's something that every sucker getting off a train at Union Station wants a part of. Gentlemen, we're here to sell the American dream, and Hollywood is our greatest advertiser.
So, how is your new development selling, Leland?
Cannot throw them up fast enough, Ray.
And that's part of the problem, Leland. Washington is receiving steady complaints. There's a clamor for public housing.
God damn it, Ray. Public housing is tantamount to communism. Now that's why we fought this goddamn war. I'm telling you, it's Reds via the back door.
You can't have it both ways, Leland. The new freeways are being built to service all your developments out in the boondocks.
Aynen.
They're all being built with government money. The GI Bill is government money.
There's a difference.
What difference?
The GI money ends up in my pocket.
I hope you mean our pockets, Leland. We're all investors.
Of course, Curtis. So, when will the freeway bond be passed on?
It still has to be ratified. It takes a long time to raise $3 billion.
In a great day for the future of Los Angeles, civic leaders and businessmen joined forces to launch the Suburban Redevelopment Fund. The Suburban Redevelopment Fund pledges to speed up housing development for returning GI.
Görmediğimiz bir şey mi var acaba ya? Buralarda da müzik çalıyor. Bir şey var. Ama ne? Bir bakalım, şurayı bir bitirelim.
Operator, can you put me through to police dispatch?
Putting you through now.
This is Jack Kelso, investigator for California Fire and Life. Can you put me through to Curtis Benson, please?
Just a moment, please, Mr. Kelso.
Jack, how can I help?
Do you know anything about the Suburban Redevelopment Fund, Mr. Benson?
I've heard of them, Jack. Building new homes for GIs.
With green lumber that was used on movie sets.
Jack, are you working the Buckwalter case?
Mr. Benson, are you part of the Suburban Redevelopment Fund?
Jack, I want you to listen very clearly. Call Miss Lichtmann. Call her as soon as you hang up. Arrange to see her tonight and get her to agree to the settlement. Do it tonight, do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
End of story, Jack. I don't want to hear another word about Elsa Lichtmann or Lou Buckwalter.
Can you put me through to Michigan 221?
Putting the call through.
Hello?
Ms. Lichtmann, it's Jack Kelso.
Yes, Mr. Kelso.
I've been looking into your case.
Yes, and what have you found?
It doesn't look good. I need to see you.
Meet me at the Blue Room. I work there tonight. I take a break around 9. I'll be waiting at the stage door. We can talk then. Auf Wiedersehen, Mr. Kelso.
Thanks.
Aha, bizim adam geldi.
And don't suppose I'll make a plea, 'cause baby, you know I'm guilty.
What were you doing with him?
I was doing what you asked.
I didn't ask you to meet him in an alleyway.
Why do you snarl at me? Your friend came to ask me to accept the insurance.
He's not my friend, Elsa.
I think he's a brave man, and you have placed him in great danger. You've involved him in something, and he has no idea of the risk. Can you live with that, Cole?
Elsa, I need his help, and he hates my guts.
Forget the past, Cole. He deserves a chance to say no. If he helps you, let it be on his terms.
I'll go see him in the morning.
Aynen.
The nice thing about egotists, they don't talk about other people.
Stüdyoda bir şey unuttuk. Ben gidiyorum oraya. Görmediğim bir şey olmalı. Her ipucuyu bulmak istiyorum bu oyunda. Ne olabilir? Her yere baktığımı sanıyordum ama demek ki bir yerlere bakmadım. Belki de bu makarayı bulmam gerekiyor. Şu değil mi? Değil. Bir de şurada var makara. Ama o da değil. Burada da var. Her taraf makara dolu zaten. Acaba o makaralardan birini alıp da makineye mi koyacağım? Olabilir ha. Ama nerede olabilir ki? Şimdi bak. Burada da müzik çalıyor şu an. Bence dışarıda bir şey var ama nerede? Bu atla ilgili bir şey olamaz zaten. Saçma olur. Buralarda bir yerde olmalı. Bunlar ne? Işık. Havalandırma borusu. Aha. Buldum, bir şey buldum.
So this is where their lumber comes from?
İşte. Şimdi oldu. Aa, hala çizmedi üstünü ya. Bir tane daha var ipucu. Bir tane daha var. Son bir kere daha bakacağım. Burada da bir şey yazıyordu. Aha.
It's one way to keep your costs down. Too bad it won't support a roof.
İşte şimdi oldu. Keresteleri ucuz kullanıyorlarmış bak. Kır işte arabayla ya. Ne olacak?
Nice wiring job, fellas. Keep them in the dark.
You lose something, Mac?
I thought these private eye types were all wise guys with smart mouths.
Looks like the snappy repartee has all dried up.
Get on with it.
What's your hurry, Mac? You got some place to go?
You ever do the cat and mouse routine without a gun in your hand?
Now that's more like it.
Let's put a few gaps in that.
3 meatheads with nary a brain cell between them.
To lose some teeth.
I'm about to break the goddamn jaw. All right, let's dance.
Don't worry, buddy. I'll lay you out.
You're a worn, tough guy. You should learn to take a hint. Get him downstairs and into the trunk. Sure, he turned up all right. He's wishing he didn't. He's in the trunk. He's going nowhere. The boys introduced themselves. What do you want done with him, Mr. Monroe? Yeah, I know a good place. We'll pick up a shovel and a pick on the way.
Aha.
It's up in the hills behind Griffith Park. We'll deal with that German bitch next.
inspired the war for this?
Monroe owns the city, owns the cops. I need to find Elsa.
Dönsene ya. Olaylar nereye geldi bak. Ha, o adamın tabelasını gördün mü orada? Aleykümselam maksimum. Son bölüm.
So you're still carrying that Army 45, Cole?
For God's sake, Cole! Call an ambulance!
Crisis'e bir ara başlayacağız ama ne zaman? 5 yıldız aldık yine. Örtbas etme çabalarına rağmen hakikat Elysian arazilerinde yatıyor. Bu da son bölüm olabilir şimdi.
Satchel charges on the cave entrance from above. Covering fire on weapons team. Look for snipers in the trees. You know the drill. No risks, no heroes, no prisoners.
You want some roast on this one, Sarge?
No, you guys have done enough. Head back to Webb's. We are going to blow every cave we come across. Close them down and move on, people.
Damn. I was hoping to get me a samurai sword.
Skipper says that Phelps has fallen behind again. He's got his fire teams checking every cave. He's lost another flamethrower. He wants you to get over there and hurry them along.
Ho, boom. Weapons company.
Sir.
Sir.
We have a major cave complex in front of us, Hogaboom. I want flamethrowers and BAR teams to clean it out.
Begging your pardon, sir. But if it's a big complex, why don't we bring the Shermans in? They could pour it in there.
We can't wait for tanks to be brought up. I'm already behind.
Then blow the cave. No skin off our nose. Bury them.
We are going in there and clearing them out. We are doing it by the numbers, Sergeant. Get your team in place. We're moving out. Mount up! First fire team and flamethrowers! Head in!
Where's he going? Where's who going?
The big cowboy. He's going in. Who gave that order?
You did.
Hello, Miss Lichtmann. How long have you been sitting there?
Not long, Mr. Kelso.
You look lovely, Princess. You haven't exactly caught me at my best. It's okay, Miss Lichtmann. I'm a big boy. I know how to take my licks.
Please, call me Elsa.
Okay, Elsa? What can I do for you?
I'd like to explain because
I can join the dots, Elsa.
Cole needs your help, Jack. The police department have frozen him out.
Look, you're obviously a brave lady, but you can't fight all Cole's battles for him.
I just wanted to apologize for...
You don't have to apologize. You were right about Elysian Fields. Tell me something. What was Lou Buckwalter's regular job?
He was a carpenter. He built sets for RKO, Warner Brothers.
Set carpenter? Perfect. If you don't mind, Elsa, I'd like to get a little rest now. I've got a lot more dots to join, and it's making my head hurt.
That's perfectly understandable, Mr. Jack. I hope we can meet again under less dramatic circumstances.
I hope so too, Princess. I'd like that.
You Kelso?
Who's asking?
Peterson, Assistant DA.
You're in the wrong building, Peterson. This is a hospital.
A wise guy. Let me tell you a story, Kelso.
Can I get the abridged version? My head hurts.
You're a funny guy, Jack.
What do you want, Peterson?
A colorful character mentioned your name. He said that you might know something about...
There's a problem with colorful characters, Peterson. First they send you over a drink, then they buy you dinner, then you get a phone call in the middle of the night for a favor. Try rubbing shoulders with some solid citizens. They're the ones you're supposed to protect.
You finished, Kelso?
For the moment.
I'm going to run for DA, Kelso. The current administration stinks.
And you want me to help?
I'm looking for a DA's investigator. You get a gun and a badge and $120 a month.
I get $150 a month now.
I'm going after the Vice Squad, Kelso. It's going to get me elected.
I've got something better. How about Leland Monroe?
The property developer?
You think I fell down the stairs?
Thanks for the patch-up, Princess. It might be the only R&R I get for some time.
Son bölüm olabilir bu. Numara solda.
Remember me?
Jack. It's good to see you. You've caught me at a slightly inopportune moment. Can we do this some other time?
Back off, Curtis. Move away from the door.
Jack, there's no call for that.
You're smooth, Curtis. I'll give you that. You try to get me killed and you still manage to be polite about it.
Jack, how could you accuse me of having anything to do with that?
I want to know all about you and Monroe, Curtis. You give it up or I beat it out of you.
Get the fuck out of here, Jack. You're fired. Who do you think you are? Get out of town now while you still have the chance. You have no idea what kind of forces you're dealing with here.
I guess we've exhausted the passive options. Sit tight, Curtis. I'm taking a look around.
Tek başınayken nasıl olacak oğlum? Partnerimiz bile yok ki.
To get all of the stockholders, I need to follow the paper trail.
What exactly do you expect to find, Jack?
Yok, sanmıyorum. Bu final çünkü. Al işte sigorta sözleşmesi.
I knew you were in bed with Elysian Fields.
Yani.
Now I know why.
Jack, you've made a terrible mistake. Get out while you can. What exactly do you expect to find, Jack?
Aha.
How old are you, Princess?
16, mister?
How old are you really?
Nearly 13.
Oha.
You take love where you can find it as you get older.
Love? That has nothing to do with love, Curtis.
Some might find your romantic notions endearing, Jack. I find them very tiring.
You're finished, Curtis.
Aynen, tatlını bitmek
That
üzere bu
remains
arada.
to be seen, Jack.
Şerefsize bak, 13
I haven't
yaşındaki
told you
kızla
about my
yatıyor
new
ya.
job, Curtis. DA's investigator.
Who do you think the DA reports to, Jack?
Get dressed, you're getting out of here.
He's not so bad. He just lays on top of me and grunts for a few minutes. He's kind. And he buys me nice things.
Get dressed, you're leaving.
She will only come back.
Oğlum bu adamı şu anda var ya silahla vurasım geliyor ya. Amerikan sigarası. Herhalde her şeyi bulmuşuzdur artık ya. Bir şey kaldığını zannetmiyorum artık. Onu bulduk, onu bulduk, onu bulduk. Aynen pedofilce çıktı. Haydi bakalım.
I want answers, Curtis. So pay attention.
Please, Jack. I'm not a violent man.
Nelerimiz var şimdi? Bakalım. İkinci el kereste. Bağlantısını bulmuştuk. Burada da sözleşmem var.
I don't get it, Curtis. You're vice president of the company. Why take the risk?
It's a simple business transaction, dear boy.
I don't get it, Curtis. You're vice president of the company. Why take the risk?
It's a simple business transaction, dear boy.
Riski nerede alıyor? Curtis. Doğru söylemediği kesin zaten de. Şüpheli mi yalan mı diyeceğimi şu an düşünüyorum. Şüpheli diyeceğim. Değil.
What is it with you people? How can you live any better? You already have houses, cars, yachts.
Greed and avarice are very powerful forces for change, Jack. Combine that with the city's desire for progress, and it's a very heady cocktail. You need to be a very special man to be able to resist that.
Geçmemek arasında.
Looks like I was mistaken. Why the big payoff in the Buckwalter case? It was bound to bring it to attention.
Who could have predicted this particular confluence of events? Elsa Lichtmann as the beneficiary who spurns the cash, the brilliant but flawed detective becoming her lover, and you, Jack, taking their bait.
You buy green lumber and use it to build houses. How do you expect it to end?
Mr. Monroe has a fine reputation for building houses. What would I know about his choice of building materials?
Ne diyorsun? Garp? Yok şey olarak kanıt bir şu ikinci kalite kereste diyor ya. Bunu seçeyim mi yalan deyip? Onu soruyorum. Yoksa şüpheliye mi basayım? Ama şöyle de bir şey daha var. Yani gözleri de ele veriyor mu acaba? Ona bakıyorum şu an. Şüpheli.
Give me what I need
Bravo.
or I'll beat it out of you.
It's all there in the case file, if you know what to look for.
Very neat, Curtis. Maybe I can't work it out, but Phelps can. He may be many things, but he is one of the best detectives the LAPD has ever had.
Your card is marked, Jack. You'll have an unfortunate accident if you don't leave town.
Your California isn't the same as mine, Mr. Benson. Not at all.
Şu arabaya bineyim ya. Bilmem niye almadı. Alamaz ki, niye alsın, nasıl alsın? Burası sigorta şirketi değil mi? Kaliforniya. Alevlerle yaşam falan. Insurance Co. Bakayım. Kurumsal ofis diyor. Sigorta herhalde.
I'm just going up to my office, Barty. Gotta check over some files.
It's about giving.
Take the elevator. First door on the right when you come out. You know the way, Kelso.
Whoa! Easy!
Sağdan çıktığında ilk kapı derken burası mı? Yo.
I'm trying to imagine you with a
Grown men
personality.
playing at being boys. And then the louse calls and says he's going to marry an English girl.
I just wish he'd hurry up
She
and
wants a
propose
5-star goddamn wedding.
Mister, a man like you always proves in battle tricks. Because you're unarmed. What the hell?
Says I have real power.
Şu. Sağdaki ilk kapı dediği burası. Aa yo değil.
Are we going to the Mocambo this Friday?
Oh, just you wait.
What on earth is that man doing?
Burası işte o adamın ofisi, evet. Bu pedofili adamın ofisi burası. Biz burada ne yapıyorduk ki? Niye geldik daha doğrusu? Varış yeri olarak tamam burası, eyvallah. Adamın ofisi de burada da. Burada ne bulmamız lazım? Ya da ofiste mi ya da çalışanlara mı bir şey soracağız? Bir şey yok. O ofiste bulabildiğim bir şey yok. Bir müzik falan da çalmıyor.
What a skunk. Walking out on his wife like that.
Senle mi konuşacağım?
We wanted to move in together when we're not even married.
Keep talking. Someday you'll say something intelligent.
Ha, benim ofisime gel, kendi ofisime.
So, Curtis, what is it you don't want me to see?
Bir de buraya baktık biz ya. Dava dosyası.
34 degrees 4 minutes 29 seconds north.
Oha, evin
118
uydu
degrees
şeyi.
17 minutes 58 seconds west.
There's got to be more in these files. There's something else in that report. I know it.
Insured replacement value for the house is $900. Current value
Ha,
of the
evet,
house and
uçurum
land
var,
is
aynen.
$3,500. Christ, how many of these dumps are we carrying on the books?
I have a Detective Phelps of the LAPD here to see you.
Have a seat, Cole. Where's the go-between? She's awful easy on the eye for a foreign girl.
Does that private dick petter actually work on anyone, Kelso? It's not your style. You were always a little more direct.
This is your dime, officer.
Would you have helped me if I asked, Jack? A little chuck on the shoulder, shot of Semper Fi.
Fuck you, Cole. Be a man. Why send a woman to do your dirty work? You're a cop. Why do you want my help?
I thought a PI might be a little more discreet.
I'm no gumshoe. I used to be an investigator for this company before your investigation got me fired.
I'm sorry to hear that, Jack. I'm sorry about a lot of things.
Is that an apology, Cole?
It's a feeble attempt at one, yes. Look, Jack, it's a murder case, and I need help to solve it.
So what's it got to do with Elysian Fields developments?
They're in it somehow. The flyers keep turning up whenever I find a domestic fire.
They're boosters. Stiffing GIs for deposits, making them wait months for a throw-up house. They're already making more money than they can count. What's turned them into killers?
So you believe me?
This is why you dragged me into the Buckwalter case.
Look, Jack, I'm sorry. But if not for me, do it for some of the poor saps who are dying. Or some of the leathernecks who are getting grifted. How about it, Jack?
I know you, Cole. You're still beating yourself up over that medal on Sugarloaf. The medal you think you didn't deserve, but you just don't get it. Nobody deserves a medal. It's just the ridiculous situation you find yourself in and how you react to it. You think you failed up on that hill. But courage isn't a tap you can turn on or off. Courage isn't permanent. It's a tenuous and fickle thing. Courage and cowardice exist in every man. Get over it.
You got it off your chest.
I guess I have.
Can you help me, Jack?
I'm thinking about it. The Hall of Records is the place to start.
Hello there. You need some help there, sir?
Burası avize düşen yer değil miydi? Aynen orası galiba.
The Land Registry Office. Where is it?
Just up the stairs.
Thanks. I'd like to see the company details of the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
Certainly, sir. Just this way.
All those suburban sons of bitches ought to be listed in here.
Burada. Portain, aha.
Courtney. For God's
Bak
sake.
yine çıktı o. Gazetedeki.
What's he got to do with this? I'd like information on a plot of land.
Okay, do you have the address?
Not exactly. It's a new lot. I have the coordinates. 34 degrees, 4 minutes, 29 seconds north. 118 degrees, 17 minutes, 58 seconds west.
All right, that makes it a bit more difficult. Come with me. I believe that is in the Wilshire area. Here.
34 degrees.
34 derece 4 dakika.
4 minutes, 29 seconds north. 118 degrees, 17 minutes, 58 seconds west.
...58 burası.
The lot number's 1876988.
Unfortunately, that is just the beginning. We have at least 1 million lot numbers in the Los Angeles area. The registrations are in alphabetical order. You need to convert your lot number to a letter.
How do I do that?
Over here. Use this adding machine. There are 90,000 entries to a book, so divide your lot number by 90,000.
Oha oğlum benden neler istiyorsunuz ya?
1876988 divided by
90,000.
Tekrar söyle 187.000. ...69.87... ...88... ...bölü 90.000...
1,876,988 divided by 90,000.
Ve eşittir bu. 20.
20.
A starts at 0, so you want to add 1 to your number.
21.
That number is your letter of the alphabet. Once you have the letter, find the right aisle, and you are in business.
You do this every day?
Harfi bulup sonuna 21 ekle diyor. Ne yapacağım? Yok, şimdi hesapladık. Sonuna harfi bulup 21 ekle diyor. Harf. Burada tarihler, isimler. Var. Böyle bulamayız. Harfi nasıl bulacağım? Sorun orada. Şu adama bir daha konuşsana bir dakika.
I'm sorry, sir, but I don't have time for chit chat.
Kopyalama odası. Bu odalardan biri değil. Karşıdaki odaya bakayım.
You'd be much nicer to be around than a bunch of old books. But I've got work to do.
R1. ...21 ile ilgili ne bulabilirim ki? Harfler var. Dolaplar var. Burası olduğundan bile emin değilim de. Şöyle bir bakayım. Şuradakiler niye kırmızı? Ha, bir şey yok. Burası değil galiba ya. Hayır. Yirmi bir numaralı oda var mı?
You said the land registry office, right? It's up those stairs.
Burada bir şey bulacağız 21 ile ilgili ama ne?
You wanted the company information? There it is. Can you please get a move on?
Nerede? Orada nerede? Söyle. Ben içeri mi gireceğim? Burada mı? Buradan baktık. Şunu tam bir işaretleyebilir miyim? Bir dakika. Yazmıyor ki burada. Değil. 34 4 29 34 4 29. Zaten işaretli. Tamam. Buradaki şey yanlış değil, doğru. Bana şimdi o 21 dediği şeyi bulmam lazım. Şirketin harfi neyle başlıyor olabilir? Ona bakayım. E harfi. E harfine bakayım. B, I, C, A, B, C, D, E harfi burada yok. Şu mu? Bak burada. Burası mı acaba? Değil. Buradan atlayabiliyor musun? Atlayabiliyorsun. Atlayın. Bunlar mı? Değil. Bunlar da değil. Şirketin bilgilerini nasıl alacağım ya? Adam hemen orada diyor. Nerede? Ben göremiyorum ki. Şurada mı? Değil. Hesap makinesine uğraştık. Buraya uğraştık. Şu. Değil. Yo, burası da değil.
I'm sorry, sir, but I don't have time for chit-chat.
Yok, burada bir şey yok. Hayır. Bu arada bütün harflere de baktım. Hayır, onlar da değil. Raftan bir şey çekip almayacak. Onu anladım. Buralarda yok ya, hayır. Başka bir yer bulmam gerekiyor. Oda numarası gibi ya da bir şey. 3 numara. 2 numarada 1 2 3 diyor. Ona bakıyorum. 21 ile ne alakalı işte. Ben de ona bakıyorum şu anda. Elektrik. Özel. Burada niye müzik var? Alt kattaki şey yüzünden olabilir. Tetikliyor olabilir onu. Değil. Buraya bir daha geldim bu arada ama.
If you're not interested, then quit bugging me.
Bu ne? Cuma günleri. Saat bunlar. İşime yaramaz. LAPD kayıtları burada mı? Değil. BZ'ye. En azından şu S harfini bulabilirsek. Yok, müzik bile çalmıyor burada zaten. Cık, bulamadım. Kaydetsin bakalım. Yok, herhangi bir şey yok. İlerleyemiyoruz. Under. Under U. Under U. U harfi mi yani? Kamerayı kapatayım bir dakika. Vallahi her tarafa gezdim. Adım atmadığım yer kalmadı şurada.
You wanted the company information, there it is. Can you please get a move on?
İşte orada nerede? İşte söylesene işte orada. İşte orada diyor ya. Nerede ya? U harfi burada. Evet bak U harfi.
Let's see what the site is worth to them. $1,876,988.
Şu.
The book value is $350. With the new home in place, the improved value of the property is $3,500. They can make a killing. But how do they pull it off?
Know why I plumbed for the caddy? The extra trunk space.
One thing you learn in the war, boys. You do your talking once the smoke clears.
guns!
Oldu. U harfiymiş. Defterde yazıyor. Oradan buldum.
That's okay, Jack. You didn't need to come all the way down.
It's important, Courtney.
How can I help?
Tell me about the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
What are you talking about?
Don't fuck with me, Courtney!
Jack, I swear, I don't know what you're talking about.
How does your name appear as one of the investors in the Suburban Redevelopment Fund?
You're out of your mind.
I was down at the Hall of Records checking on a property company called Elysian Fields Developments. Their funding comes from the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
Seriously, Jack, I have no idea.
Your name is there, Courtney, with some pretty interesting company. The mayor, the district attorney, some dirty cops, and your buddy, Dr. Harlan Fontaine.
Dr. Fontaine?
Spill it, Courtney. I want all of it. Fontaine and the rest.
Kaçacak.
Fontaine took the morphine off our hands. Look, Jack, I know you said to get rid of it, but it's okay. I did something good for once. He reinvested the money for us. That's it. That's what's happening. They're building houses for GIs, Jack. I turned a mistake into something beneficial. Something that's going to help out the guys.
Courtney, they're building matchstick houses. They're going to burn them for the insurance money. They'll probably stiff the poor bastards for the deposits.
Please, Jack. Say it isn't so. Harlan's a doctor. A good one. He helps out a lot of people.
Evet tabii.
Looks like he's helping himself, Courtney. You're the fall guy. Who's asking?
Leland Monroe.
I was wondering when you'd get around to calling.
I'd like to meet with you, Mr. Kelso.
I bet you would, Mr. Monroe. But I value my skin highly enough to not want to meet with you. Why don't you just send some more of your boys around and we'll have a nice cup of tea?
You realize that I could make you a very wealthy man, Mr. Kelso.
Better than $220 a month?
You're a very witty man, Kelso. Substantially better.
I'm going to have to let it slide, Mr. Monroe.
Are you haggling with me, Jack?
I might be.
Come around to my place at 9. 5164 Santa Monica Boulevard. You'll come?
I might. Good night, Mr. Monroe.
Bitiyor şu an, az kaldı. Evet, pusu kurmuşlar, bekliyorlar. Beklendiği üzere.
I appreciate the help, all of you.
Ha yok, bizimkilermiş.
We can reminisce later.
Bizimki
I want
pusu
a minimum
kurmuş.
of noise and no prisoners.
No prisoners? This isn't Pele Lou, Jack.
These guys are grifting GIs. That's what they do for a living.
It's okay, Jack. We all feel the same way. Just hasn't turned out quite the way we imagined.
Let's get it done. Teams of 2 at the ready.
Oha, bahçe dolu lan. Sessiz nasıl olayım oğlum?
Out of ammo.
All right, men, hold the perimeter. I got personal business with Mr. Leland Monroe.
You're a very sweet-looking girl to be holding such a big gun.
I know how to use it, mister.
I'm sure you do. So how about pointing it over there in the direction of Hollywood instead of at me, Princess?
You're quite the wise guy.
I don't normally shoot women, Princess. How about putting the cannon down? I didn't think you had the guts, sweetheart. I was never very good at reading women. Monroe! Where are you, damn it? You want me? You got me. How long do you think you can hold out? Christ, just missed. Almost out, need a new weapon.
Jack Kelso.
That's my opening negotiating position.
Oh, you crazy son of a bitch! How did you get in here? I'm bleeding to death. Get me a doctor.
I thought I had an invitation, Monroe. Your boys outside were certainly expecting me. That's my second offer.
You sadistic bastard! What do you want?
I'm going to take a look around, Monroe. Then I want you to tell me what you know about the mayor and those Trojan houses that you're building. The Suburban Redevelopment Fund. Remind me what they say about absolute power, Monroe.
Fuck you, Jack. Call me an ambulance already.
Dr. Fontaine, I need to speak with you urgently.
Sit down, please, sit down.
Tell me about the Suburban Redevelopment Fund.
It's the fund we are using to channel money into the development of new houses.
Why is my name on the board of managers?
Technically, you are a major contributor. Please, Courtney.
Those houses are a sham, Doctor. They're going to be burned for the insurance.
That's a scandalous allegation, Courtney. Do you have any proof?
Jack Kelso, an investigator for California Fire and Life, has seen them. He was almost killed when he found out what was going on.
I don't know what to say. I feel that I have been duped. Who do you think is behind this subterfuge?
Jack says it's a property developer named Monroe. He said it goes all the way to the mayor.
You cannot have believed that I was involved.
I don't know what to believe anymore, Doctor. I hope that you weren't involved.
Thank you for your trust, dear boy. Be still, Courtney. All of your troubles are finally over. Let them go. Let them drift away.
That's a hell of a payroll. I'm guessing Benson's portfolio is only a fraction the size of yours, Monroe.
Çekler. Polisten alınan evrak.
Smart. Keep the dirt on Fontaine under lock and key. This is your insurance.
Sawyer, bak aynen.
Some sold up. The others obviously didn't know the links these sons of bitches would go to.
It can't be stopped, Kelso. There's too much money at stake.
Kingdoms rise and kingdoms fall, Monroe. Ask the Emperor of Japan.
Have some fucking mercy!
Operator, put me through to Phelps, arson squad. Yeah, Biggs, it's Jack. I'm at Monroe's. He's in a talkative mood. If you get here in a hurry, you might get something before he bleeds to death. Elsa.
Oh, thank God.
Where? Fontaine. Dead? Former patient.
So that crazy son of a bitch finally came back for a checkup.
It's Monroe. He's raving.
You want information, cocksucker. You get me some medical help.
I've got to go, Herschel. Monroe's negotiating again. Do you want my final offer, Leland? Tell me how I find the guy who has Elsa.
Nutcase, he did whatever Fontaine asked. He had some kind of power over him. He did all the fires, and then he went off the rails. I don't have a fucking name! He worked as a bug sprayer. Get me a goddamn doctor! Kelso, you son of a whore! Get me a goddamn doctor!
İki soru hariç her şey tamam.
Jack. There's a statewide APB out on him.
Jack's okay. He has something up his sleeve. He's not worried about being caught.
How do we help?
We go after the other side of the equation. Jack has Elysian and its cronies running scared. We go after the doctor and some of the other guys.
But the whole department breathing down our necks.
It's time for action, Herschel. It's time for change. Jack's crossed the Rubicon and we have to be on the other side.
Christ, what was that?
Explosion. Something big.
You think it's the Reds? You think those Rusky sons of bitches that dropped the H-bomb on us?
Calm down, Herschel. We need to be ready for the call.
I'm not waiting for an invitation. Get in the car and head for the cloud. KGPL can give us the details on the way.
All units, 2077 report. All units, report to an explosion. Location, military location is south of Santa Monica. West of, stand by for further. All units, car 88K reports an explosion downtown. Remaining 88K is reporting an explosion downtown.
We have looters around the corner. Cuff them or put them down. We need to get this area under control.
You know, you should have topped, you little prick. Get that bastard cold. Now ain't the time to be looking for a profit, asshole!
You sorry son of a...
Commander will want us at the scene. Let's go. Jesus. I've never seen nothing like this.
I wish I could say the same. It's like a bomb's gone off. Jesus Christ. Poor people.
We gotta find out what went down.
What in God's name happened here?
Wasn't nuclear. If it was, we'd all be dead from the radiation.
That's reassuring. What's radiation?
Everyone inside the factory was vaporized. Look at the size of that crater.
What's going on over there?
The mayor is going on television, appealing for calm.
Television? Who can afford one of those things?
Anything to go on?
You're looking at the remains of Nicholson electroplating. I have an idea of what might have caused the explosion. I'm only guessing. Have a look around the rubble, see if you come up with it.
Worlds turn upside down, Cole.
Then it's time for us to do our jobs.
Vapor.
I don't think this is going to help us.
That's it, Mr. Mayor. We're wrapped.
Well, good. Thank you very much, son. I think it went okay.
Couple of pickups, sir, but that's to be expected. Nobody's ever done this before. Get better with practice.
That maybe goes. I don't think so.
Should have played it a little more somber. What do you think, son?
No, Mr. Mayor. You came across as, very resolute.
I thought Forvix was a tough break.
Hey, detective! I think I got something here.
Junk.
Any idea what this is?
Very large egg cup? A Viking helmet?
Looks to me like some kind of machine component. An airplane part, maybe. Don't think this is anything. Not sure this means much.
Phelps! I think I found something over here.
Looks like all that's left. We can try the laundry tag.
Detective, you seen this yet? Come take a look.
Blew the locker open, but shielded the contents. Let's see what we got in here.
Casus kamerası.
Only OSS agents use these things. We'll need to get the film developed to see if there's an espionage angle. Any ideas, Herschel?
None that I care to utter for public consumption.
Tomoko Akamoto. Japanese name.
What is it?
Şifreli mesaj.
Substitution cipher. The Germans used them in the war. These are cipher rings.
You know what to do with them?
Maybe. I used them in OCS.
Şifreyi çözeceğiz şimdi.
First letter for the cipher key. The rest of the message should align itself.
K, S'ye eşit geliyorsa falan filan. K, S'ye eşit gelecek şöyle. Evet. Şu ortadaki ne peki? K, S'ye eşit geliyorken çevireceğiz yani şöyle aynen. S A'ya geliyor. K K-A K-A-J W R Hani ben çeviriyorum da yazıyor mu acaba? Bilmiyorum ki. X S B Yani başlangıcı bu olması lazım mantıken. Şu H eşittir K diyor çünkü. Dış halkayı şifrenin ilk harfine çevir. Ha tamam yani şu an oldu diyor yani. Tamam ilk harfi. Ha bak yazmaya başladı şimdi tamam. Az önce niye olmadı? H eşittir K yapmamış mıydım? Neyse tamam. K S B O J L K Q X D
It's an address. 133 North Vermont Avenue.
İncil.
Doesn't look like anything.
Not much more we can do here, Detective.
I'm Fred Nicholson.
This is your place?
What's left of it? 32 years of work up in smoke.
Can you tell us what happened?
Our chief chemist, Harold McClellan, was using this area to test the new process.
What exactly is this new process?
That's classified information, son.
Ulan gizliliği mi kalmış?
A lot of people died here, Mr. Nicholson. I'm prepared to go to the press and tell them it was your fault. What is the new process?
A way to chemically polish aluminum. It's traditionally done by hand. It's extremely labor intensive. The process could be worth millions.
Who is Tomoko Akamoto?
Dr. McClellan's personal assistant. She came highly recommended.
Gözlerini kaçırıyor. Ya bir sürü şey var içinde.
Akamoto was involved in industrial espionage. Was she working for you or for a foreign government?
That's a ridiculous assertion.
Casus
How can you possibly
kameramız
say
var.
she's a spy?
How many of your other employees carry spy cameras in their handbags?
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, she was selling me out.
If she wasn't a foreign spy, who could she have been working for?
There could be other plating companies, but the big customers for the process are the aircraft manufacturers. Lockheed, Boeing, Hughes, North American.
What can you tell us about McClellan?
A brilliant chemist. He approached me a few months ago with the idea for the new process.
So no one has ever done this before?
No, but it is legitimate research.
Şüpheli değil mi? McLagan.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be taking my statement,
Dur
officer?
bakayım.
What can you tell us about McClellan?
A brilliant chemist. He approached me a few months ago with the idea for the new process.
So no one has ever done this before?
No, but it is legitimate research.
So you thought McClellan could do what no one else could do? You were prepared to take that risk?
Look, he was a trained chemist, and his ideas could revolutionize electroplating.
And you would be rich.
I'm a businessman. What's wrong with turning a buck?
You blew up 6 blocks! God knows how many people are dead.
I regret that.
That's laudable.
We'll be in touch, Mr. Nicholson. Can you send us Dr. McClellan and Miss Akamoto's personnel files?
I will if I can find them.
By the way, we also found the collar of a shirt. It has a laundry tag.
They're likely to be Dr. McClellan. The majority of people who worked here don't use a laundry service.
Çamaşırhanenin bilgisini almadık henüz. Dur bir dakika ya. Çamaşırhaneye mi gidelim önce, şifreye mi? Çamaşırhaneye bir gidelim.
Detective Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
Can you speak to someone at the Army Air Force Base for me, please?
Of course, Detective.
Tell them I have what I believe is an aircraft part. It's polished metal, light for its size. It looks like a cone of some sort. It's stamped on the inside. P&W Wasp Major R4360.
I'll get back to you, Detective, when you check in for messages. Anything else?
I need an address for Superior Laundry Services.
Closest store to your location is in Wilshire, 4766 Melrose Avenue.
Thanks for your help. Can you drive to this one?
Some swell harmonies. You think McClellan went up in smoke? Or is he still alive?
You could ask the same question about Tomoko Akamoto.
I guess you could. You got an answer?
Not yet. But I'm working on it.
What do you need?
Phelps and Biggs, LAPD. We have one of your laundry tags. Can you tell us who it might belong to?
Are you kidding? I got work to do, Mac. Here's the customer book. Knock yourself out.
Number was J2620 code.
26-20 bu.
Who is Hangstrom?
Could be someone else from the factory. Does he have an address?
Var.
No. Dead end. Thank you for all your help, sir. Operator, message for KGPL.
Putting you through now.
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need an address for an Oscar Hangstrom.
Checking. No residential listing for anyone by that name, Detective.
Yalancı adres, ilginç. İlginç.
You know the way. You can drive.
Fine. Where are we headed?
Şimdi de şu şifredeki mesaja gidelim bakalım. Bir numara.
Well, well. Why the cloak and dagger routine, Miss Akamoto?
Bir numara burası mı ya? Kapı açık. Evet. Ne olmuş bu evi? Soymuşlar mı?
Somebody turned the place over.
Lan! Ödüm koptu.
Do you think I could fit in there? I couldn't fit in there.
I'd like to think you would have had something more to say about getting shoved in a fridge, Herschel. One to the head, one to the heart. Point blank. James Lindbergh. Very expensive watch. Favored by flyboys. I always wanted one as a kid.
That's funny. As a kid, all I wanted was some food on the table.
Your class ring.
Ceplerinde bir şey yok mu? Yok. Kan izi var her yerde.
This is Biggs.
Sure. That apartment gives you one of those when you retire.
Ha, olay yerinde bulduğumuz şeyden.
Looks like we have a match.
Interesting dame, this Akamoto.
Mikrofilm.
What is it exactly?
Microfilm. A document shrunk to the size of your thumbnail.
Tırnak boyutuna
Rod must have amazing eyesight.
Boş.
Biggs, edge 525. I'll need a couple of black and white, 133 North Vermont Avenue, Wilshire. We'll need an ambulance in the corner. Probably a team from technical services as well.
Operator, give me dispatch.
Putting you through now.
Detective Phelps, badge 1247. Messages, please.
You need to call Ray Pinker urgently.
Can you put me through?
It's ringing now.
We're on our way in.
Nix that. I got a message from Lindbergh Field. An airplane tech there identified your part.
What is it?
He said it was a prop spinner from either a Corsair or a B-50.
A what?
Fits over the center of the propeller and protects the pitch gearing.
So it's a military part.
Could be, but get this. The Spruce Goose runs 8 Wasp R-4360s. I think you better get over there and check it out.
We're on it.
Aircraft, uçağın parçası ha?
You're behind the wheel.
So where do you want to go?
This is a military project, gentlemen. Can you state your business?
Detectives, Phelps and Biggs, LAPD. We're investigating the explosion. We have reason to believe there may be a link to Hughes' aircraft.
I'm sorry, I can't help you there, Detective. Without authorization from military HQ, you won't be allowed onto this facility.
What seems to be the problem, gentlemen? Hey, Biggs, you're not still with the LAPD.
Afraid so, mates. Can you help us out here?
Sure. What seems to be the problem?
We're working the big explosion at the electroplating plant. I found a part there that belongs to one of your planes.
I work head of security for Mr. Hughes now. I'll take full responsibility. I'm sure we can clear this up. Follow me. It's the big hangar. You can't miss it.
Who is Mapes? And what's his connection to Howard Hughes?
Vernon Mapes used to work Advice. Word is he runs fuck pads for Hughes' starlets.
Him. Earle and Mapes would seem.
Mapes was the role model for creeps like Earle.
Follow me.
Good day, miss. That thing really fly?
Mr. Hughes believes so. Amazing, isn't she?
So, this is the Spruce.
Jesus Christ, Biggs, you want to get me fired? Mr. Hughes hates that fucking name. It's the H-4 Hercules to you.
You mind answering a few questions, Mr. Mapes?
Call me Vernon, kid. Fire away.
You know anything about the explosion that happened at Nicholson Electroplating this morning?
No more than anyone else. Heard the boom while I was shaving. Almost shit my pants. Thought it was Pearl all over again.
Gözlerini kaçırıyor. Yalan. Değil mi? Yalan. Saat 9'a geliyor ve hala oyun bitmedi. İlginç ya. Bitecek. Ha bitti, ha bitiyor dedim ama az kaldığına eminim yani. En azından bu son masa. Şüpheli diyorum.
But you had no personal contact with any of the employees. And you have no idea what caused the explosion.
I'm in security. I handle Mr. Hughes' personal interests, if you get my meaning. I'm not directly involved in manufacturing.
Do you know Tomoko Akamoto?
Never heard of the broad. Why?
Yine kaçırıyor gözleri. Havacı kol saati. Yalan çünkü bir sürü kanıt var.
Akamoto is an industrial spy. She's on your payroll.
A spy, you say? That's very interesting. You have some way of proving she was working for me or Hughes?
Havacı olduğunu şuradan. Kol saati var, mikrofilm var. Kol saati, değil mi? Değil mi? Allah'ım var, Allah Allah.
Intriguing case you have here, Biggs. Spies, explosions, Howard Hughes. You could make a movie out of this one.
Do you know the chief chemist at Nicholson Electroplating, a Harold McClellan?
I've heard of the guy.
Do you know the chief chemist at Nicholson Electroplating, a Harold McClellan?
I've heard of the guy. He was pitching some fancy process to the company.
Friends, what is the secret soap that the most lovely Hollywood stars use to
Şüpheli diyeceğim. Değil mi? Şüpheli diyoruz.
Did Hughes have a contract?
Hay Allah'ım yarabbim.
Hey kid, lose the tone. Hughes has contracts with every plating shop in LA.
We'd like to discuss these contracts with Mr. Hughes.
This kid's a riot, Biggs. See Howard Hughes? Harry Truman has to make an appointment to see Howard Hughes.
Thanks for your help, Mr. Mapes. Do you mind if we have a look around while we're here?
Sure. Knock yourself out.
Want to take a look inside her? Can't hurt.
Ne oldu lan? Zoom yapıyorduk. Allah Allah, neyse.
That is Marie, the body McDonald.
Does Hughes have her on contract to RKO?
Yeah, I bet he does.
Bizim bara geliyormuş lan.
Probably nothing. No good to me. McClellan's process was going to replace all this.
War doesn't determine who's right, just who's left.
Right.
Latitude 24 degrees, 15 minutes north. Longitude 76 degrees, 0 minutes west.
76.
76 degrees west. 24 degrees, 15 minutes north. .76 degrees west. 24 degrees, 15 minutes north. Let's see where this is exactly.
Bahamalar.
The Bahamas? Somebody's already got their maiden flight planned.
Bahama'ya gidiyor.
Thing of beauty, isn't she? Ah, well. You probably got places to be.
Bir şeyler var burada hala. Konuşsana, bir şeyler var soracak. Nereye gidiyor bu gemi falan? Yok mu konuşacak bir şey? Ha. Evet. Oraya nasıl iniliyor lan? Lan orasının altın kapısı var ha. Kilitli niye? Anahtarı mı var acaba? Anahtar olması lazım bir yerlerde.
Is that a Pratt & Whitney 4360?
Sure is. You know your motors.
Do you mind if I take a look at the prop spinner?
We're getting her ready for sea trials, so be quick about it.
What's the oily covering on the metal?
We coat the aluminum parts in linseed oil to preserve it from oxidization.
İlginç.
Let's see what Pinker has for us. He's probably done tinkering with that camera by now.
Thanks for the tour, Mapes.
Always happy to help the department. Hey, don't I know your face from the papers? You're the cop that's stripping that German broad.
Nah, I think you got the wrong guy, Vernon.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Buraya gidemiyoruz mu? Hayır.
And where exactly are we going?
How are we gonna look getting around in this thing, Cole?
Boş ver, bin. Araba arabadır.
So McClellan was selling his new process to Hughes and cutting out Nicholson.
Looks that way. This would never go all the way to Hughes. You had a middleman deal and stuff like this.
Someone like Mapes?
The word middleman was invented for guys like Mapes.
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
Guy gave his wife a tap. I said all's fair in love and war.
I've been in this job 20 years.
Any messages for me, Hopkins?
Not many you'd want to hear. Newspapers wanting interviews and rookies cussing you out mostly.
Nothing else.
Pinker wants you in tech services. Maybe you'll be more popular downstairs.
You think those Vice boys get any on the side?
Hey, Cole. You're not winning any popularity contests upstairs, you know.
Where do you stand?
I think you're a good cop, but I try and stay out of politics.
Everybody tries to stay out of politics, Ray.
Well, don't quote me on it, but I'm hoping that Parker will get the job and clean this place up. I have your photographs.
Mouthpiece door strips off.
You can use the magnifier. There's quite a lot of detail.
Very funny.
I think you're right, Ray. We have our man. You take a nice photo, Phelps.
Yeah, I want to make homicide. You know you've got to make.
Bring in the Watcher a match for our John Doe. He's obviously the competitive bid. Can you get this over to Lockheed so we can get a name for this guy?
It's already on its way.
Howard Hughes, millionaire, industrialist, aviator, and playboy, and Vernon Mapes, ex-dirty cop and business fixer. I found a similar tie pin along with a dead guy in a fridge. Excellent photography, Tomoko. So Tomoko had the goods on McClellan. Too bad they blew the place to hell.
Yeah, the bum took a swipe at me. Put him down with my sap.
Is this McClellan? Can anyone make out the street number behind him?
Are you kidding? With my eyesight?
West o kadar. Numarayı nereden bulacağız ki? Burada yazar.
I'm thinking of moving up to a 45. I want to stop him with one round.
Cole, can you help me with a little experiment? Use the eyedropper in front of you. One drop from each of the bottles on the desk. Place the drops in the petri dish.
I say we
Biliyor.
bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
It's okay, guys. Just a little experiment.
Can you guys knock it off? Everyone's still jumpy from that bang this morning.
Very funny, Ray. You just took a couple years off my life expectancy.
Did the same trick to me about an hour ago.
So that was the stuff that caused the explosion.
I think so. Acetic anhydride is almost as explosive as nitro, and when mixed with perchloric acid, it's very unstable. It needs to be cooled constantly. We used linseed oil, but you could add any organic compound to trigger an explosion.
3 little drops.
Yeah, and they were using a 100-gallon vat.
Mouthpiece sort of stripped off me at the grand jury. Case was thrown out. Now the DA wants my head.
McClellan's patent application. So we have McClellan raising a patent and selling to Hughes, and Akamoto copying the details for Lockheed. Where does that leave Nicholson?
With a great big hole in the ground.
I want to make homicide. You know you made it if you can get that jacket.
I'm at a loss.
I say we get over to the house and see what we can find. Then we see the DA for a warrant on Mapes.
Hey, you think those bikes died?
That's him. That's the best we could do for policemen in this city.
Extra, read all about it.
Buna bineceğim lan, gel.
You can drive.
All right. Where to?
Lan nereye gitti ya? Yok oldu araba.
You're behind the wheel.
Şu davayı da çözelim de bitsin artık şu oyun ya.
Avgas, if I'm not mistaken.
Birisi benzin dökmüş.
All around the floor. Engstrom and McClellan are the same man. Engstrom is flying today on TWA.
Engstrom is dead, Cole. Why leave your ticket behind?
I'm just cleaning up.
Aha, böyle olacağı belliydi.
Cole, the gas! We gotta get out of here right now! Look, by the stove! Shoot the gas line, Cole! We're out of here! Over here, the window! Get out of there!
Bak bak şerefsiz.
There you are, shitheel. Come on, he's not getting away from us. I can't hit a target that isn't there, Phelps. Smash the son of a bitch's rear wheels.
Allah kahretsin.
Security men, Cole. Stay on base. Knock them off the road if you have to, but stay on that fucker. Go! You gotta get me closer! I'll go for the tires. I'll slow this little bitch down. To go through all the security men first. I hope you're ready for a fight, Cole.
Aim at the tires. Stay down.
Explain this to me again. So the guy at the chemical plant, he's planning on selling his magic formula to another company and skipping town with his assistant, but he blows himself up before he can manage it. So why the dead body in the refrigerator?
Mapes, Captain. He was eliminating all competitors for the process. When it went bang, He burnt down the apartment to remove all connection between Hughes and the plant.
Mapes, right. I remember Vernon Mapes. The guy had good, honest cops hanging their heads in shame. Glad he's finally out of commission. I don't know if it'll do you any good, Phelps. But between the spruce goose and half the city exploding, you might just have made the case of the decade.
Good morning, Doctor.
And a good morning to you too, Elsa. You look radiant.
Thank you, Doctor.
We haven't been seeing much of you lately, Elsa. You've been missing appointments.
I'm sorry, Doctor. I've been feeling much better.
That's very good to hear. And what has brought about this improvement?
It's the new man in my life. He's convinced me to fight my addiction.
Ah, the policeman from the newspapers. How has he coped with his fall from grace?
He can finally see things from a human perspective, rather than the ivory tower he created for himself. It's making him stronger. And it's making me stronger helping him.
You wouldn't make a bad analyst yourself, Elsa. Should we swap seats?
We're both finding we have a lot to live up to.
And what is that?
In my case, Lou. He went through hell along with me and still came out smiling. In Cole's case, his friend, Jack Kelso.
Kelso?
You've heard of him?
No, I just like the sound of his name.
Cole and Jack are working on a case together.
Is Jack a policeman too?
No, he works for the district attorney.
What?
He's a special investigator. I thought you didn't know him.
I have never met the gentleman in question.
He has been looking into Lou's case. Cole thinks it might be linked to some fires he's investigating. You look pale, Doctor.
It's cold in here, Elsa. I think I'll close the window. Why are you looking at me like that, Elsa?
You arranged for Lou to work at Elysian Fields, Doctor.
Your fears are unfounded. I meet many people in my line of work. There are many ways that people can be helped. Finding them work is just one of them.
I don't believe you, Doctor. I've seen you with Monroe at that club.
I'm sorry that you have come to that conclusion, Elsa. I've always so enjoyed our conversation.
Lan belliydi öyle yapacağı.
I can see your future, Elsa. And Cole, the policeman. And Jack, the investigator. It's an unfortunate and grisly end.
Aha geldi. Kundakçı da geldi.
I've come to help you, Doctor. To help you cross over. All your sins will be forgiven in the next life.
Aha. A different kind of war. Artık son olsun yani. 4 saattir oynuyorsun.
It's gotta be one of these places.
The arsonist's a bug sprayer. He must have worked at one of these joints.
brought him socks in it for you.
Help you?
How many guys you have working here, Pop?
Who's asking, son?
It could be official or unofficial. Depends on how you want to play it.
You should get to a hospital, son. That arm of yours appears to be letting in daylight.
Save the pity for the other guys. They're the ones who need it. I'm looking for a bit...
Bir dakika. Bu bölümü burada bitirmek istiyorum. Çünkü hem kimse izlemiyor. Hem de 4 saat oldu. Bir sonraki bölüm final yapacağım. İzlediğiniz teşekkür ederim. Bu bölüm bitmedi. Sonraki bölümde herhalde biter. Görüşmek üzere. Hoşça kalın.